The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegations, Secretary General, good morning all. Madam Chair, with your permission, I will proceed to read the list of countries that are present here at headquarters and those that have done the video and audio test via Kudo. Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, the Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States of America, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, República Dominicana, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Suriname, Uruguay, Venezuela. Madam Chair, this meeting has quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Before proceeding to the adoption of the order of business, I wish to take this opportunity to express our condolences to the delegation of Paraguay and to the government and people of that member state for the passing of the Paraguayan prosecutor, Marcelo Pecci. We will pay tribute to him later in our meeting. However, let us now observe a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you. On another note, allow me, on behalf of the Permanent Council, to convey our congratulations to the government and people of Paraguay on the celebration of its National Day on Thursday, May 14th. Congratulations are also extended to the governments and people of Argentina and Guyana, who will celebrate their national days on May 25th and 26th, respectively. Esteemed colleagues, as we have a long agenda ahead of us, the Chair seeks the kind cooperation of all delegations in the timely management of their interventions. At this point, we remind you of the 5-minute rule. I thank you all in advance. In accordance with Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure, let us now proceed to the consideration of the order of business for this meeting, contained in document CP/OD-2378/2. If there are no objections, it is approved. Approved. Esteemed colleagues, allow me, on behalf of the Permanent Council, to extend a cordial welcome to the permanent representative of Honduras, Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada, who presented his credentials to the Secretary General on April 22nd. Ambassador Quesada is a renowned Honduran writer and journalist with extensive experience in multilateral diplomacy, having served for many years as alternate representative to the United Nations in New York. He also has a recognized career as a communicator and has written articles for print and television media in Honduras and New York. Ambassador Quesada, welcome to the OAS. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, my dear colleague, Ambassador Elizabeth Harris Clark, dear permanent representatives and interim representatives to the OAS, Mr. Secretary General Luis Almagro and Mr. Assistant Secretary General, who I believe is with us in the hybrid virtual mode, and everyone who is joining us through the virtual world as a result of COVID-19, and of course, Secretary Nestor Mendez. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure for me to address you on behalf of my people and the government of Honduras, in that order, the people and the government, because there are many who come to power and immediately forget the people, who are the first and foremost source of all power. In that regard, I am also, however, honored to represent the first woman president of my country, Xiomara Castro de Zelaya. And not only is the first woman, she is a competent, capable woman who has fought shoulder to shoulder with the people on the streets. And that means that she is particularly well prepared. And the question is, should we say presidente with an E or presidenta with an A? But the question is not just one of the colloquial language or whether we say we use the gender or not, but we must understand that whoever holds that post, whether we use this language or another terminology, is simply someone who is the manager, the person who administers the property of the people. In Latin America, we know that women have a long tradition of managing households. They are single mothers. They are often the victims of irresponsible paternity, and they work miracles. They engage in magic, and we can translate that magic into the word management. And that is what women in our countries can do, and they do it extremely well. Manage. Following the coup d'etat in 2009, we saw a number of electoral frauds in our country, but we've seen hope return with the election of a woman capable of managing, Xiomara Castro. She's returned hope to our country and to our people who have been hit so hard in recent years. But we cannot ignore the conditions that we have in our country. We cannot deny the imposition as if nothing had happened, the issues that we have been through, the incarceration of our former president in New York, right here in the United States. We have seen torture, persecution, exile, and the pillaging of our peoples, among many other evils. We know that our president is grappling with tremendous challenges, and we've seen this with a visit of the Vice President, Kamala Harris, during our inauguration. There are topics that we share, issues that we share, the so-called immigration caravans that have their origin in the coup d'etat, in the electoral fraud, and of course have become a political issue. The campaigns against our people in that regard has led to political instability, corruption, of course, poverty. All of this has led to further immigration. As our Honduran poet, Jose Adan Castelar, has said, hunger knows no law, just hunger. We are here at the headquarters of the Organization of American States, and we cannot ignore this. We are at portas of the Summit of the Americas, and all of us must be aware of this. We understand the issues that we are all facing across the region. We cannot ignore these issues, however. What has been our issue, our primary crime in many cases, has been that simply of thinking, of not necessarily of action. There are individuals who are being subject to harsh punishments across the region solely because of what they think. And we must stand tall against such scourges. In the Spanish language, we know that democracy means a system of politics in which the sovereignty resides in the people, and it is therefore power is exercised directly through their representatives. Could we imagine a summit of the Americas that is truly one that represents all of the Americas, that does not exclude any country, that invites everyone to participate? If a country does not wish to attend, that is one thing, but it should not be as a result of a lack of invitation or such exclusion. We believe that we are still in time for the OAS to be a protagonist and to not exclude countries. I remember that at the UNGA for the millennium, at the time mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, held a dinner for presidents, but he did not invite the president of Cuba, Fidel Castro. And there was a lot of discuss about that. We heard about it on the streets, and at the end of the day, we saw a full-page ad in the New York Times that of a very famous restaurant, a beef restaurant, that invited President Fidel Castro to have dinner. He just had to cross the bridge into Brooklyn. Let us learn the lesson of Rudy Giuliani, and that made Castro a star. Let us again learn that lesson and invite everyone. Thank you.
Ambassador. I now offer the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups and delegations wishing to welcome permanent representative of Honduras. Panama, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I have the honor of speaking on behalf of the missions of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, members of SICA, the Central American Integration System, to welcome most cordially the distinguished permanent representative of the mission of Honduras to the Organization of American States and member of this group, Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez. The SICA Regional Group greets with pleasure the arrival of its new member, who is a well-known writer and journalist with long-standing experience at the multilateral level. He has broad experience that has also been very much appreciated as a result of the work that he has done on behalf of many international organizations. As an international writer and analyst, he has also been broadly recognized. As a novelist and a writer, he has been the awardee in 1996 of the Institute for Latin American Writers in the United States, and in 2009 in his home country he received the National Journalism Award. He has written extensively. As we can see, he's been tied to arts and the arts, culture, and universally, of course, he will serve to continue to contribute to our region and to the organization at this time when we seek to move forward the agenda and to recover our region. Ambassador Quesada, we reiterate our warm welcome to the OAS and we wish you the best of success. Please know that SICA, your regional group, is here to support you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I take the floor on behalf of the CARICOM Group of Ambassadors to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished permanent representative to the permanent mission of Honduras, His Excellency Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez. Ambassador Quesada has had a long and meritorious career as a diplomat, writer, and a journalist, and among his many achievements is the award from the Latin American Institute of Writers of the United States, as well as the National Journalism Award, Jacobo Carcamo, given in 2009 by the then President of the Republic, Manuel Zelaya Rosales. Ambassador Quesada has served the government at the United Nations in various capacities, and we welcome his negotiation skills and political intellect to his hallowed halls. Ambassador, we are honored to have a distinguished representative such as yourself to work with us in defending and promoting the principles enshrined by the charter of this organization. During his presentation of credentials, Ambassador Quesada emphasized that he would focus his efforts on the use of dialogue to achieve agreements. We welcome this spirit, for recent global and hemispherical events have undoubtedly underscored the importance of dialogue and consensus building to avoid conflict and arrive at peaceful resolutions to disputes. Today, Ambassador Quesada demonstrated his commitment to dialogue with his call for inclusion at the Summit of the Americas. Ambassador, CARICOM unreservedly joins you in that call. The CARICOM Group is pleased to welcome you to the House of the Americas. We look forward to working with you and your government as we strive to advance the 4 pillars of this organization: human rights, democracy, sustainable development, and multidimensional security, all in an effort to secure a prosperous future for the people of our hemisphere. Excellency, please be assured of the solidarity and the commitment of the CARICOM Group as we work collaboratively to address the many issues confronting our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, good morning. On behalf of Canada, let me just take a moment this morning very much to welcome the permanent representative of the Honduras, Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez. Ambassador, Canada and Honduras have enjoyed very close diplomatic relations and a dynamic, multifaceted relationship for 60 years, more than 60 years, in fact. We're very much looking forward to working with you on a number of issues of mutual interest in the region, including gender equality, including irregular migration, including human rights, including sexual and reproductive health rights, and also anti-corruption. Take a second this morning, too, Ambassador, to applaud Honduras for its recent acknowledgement of responsibility in 2 cases that had come before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights: the 2009 killing of trans right activist Vicky Hernandez and the 1983 extrajudicial execution of Communist Party leader and union advisor Herminio Lleras Garcia. Ambassador, we look forward to working with the new Honduran government to address key challenges in our region, such as the defense of democracy and the promotion of human rights. And on a personal note, as others have noted, your background and your distinguished background in literary and cultural matters, and I'm sure that you'll bring that to our work and also to our relationships here as a group. So welcome very much, sir, this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to reiterate the remarks of the distinguished coordinators who have preceded me in taking the floor. I have the good fortune of knowing Ambassador Roberto Quesada, and I do not believe that the president of Honduras, Xiomara Castro, could have picked a better person for this job. An individual with a very strong background in multilateral diplomacy, a writer, a well-known and well-regarded journalist, and a person who has a vocation for the arts. And, of course, Honduras has much to say with regard to this, and I cannot imagine a better person than Ambassador Quesada to do so. We welcome him most cordially to the Permanent Council, and we do wish him the very best of success. Thank you, Chair.
Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Mi delegación da la más cordial.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation gives the warmest welcome to Ambassador Roberto Quesada as Permanent Representative of Honduras, a country with which we have deep historical, cultural, economic ties, as well as great affections between our peoples. We are so pleased to see that it is you, the representative to the OAS of the first woman president of Honduras, whose leadership strengthens multilateralism respective of international law, working to improve the lives of persons and the sovereignty of states, and honoring the necessary role of women in the political life of our nations. Ambassador Quesada, you have recalled the sad episode, recent episode of your country in the form of the 2009 coup d'etat, a tragic event that the Honduran people with great sacrifice, work, and will have worked to overcome and to get ahead. The election of President Castro is an example of the popular will to take hold of the reins of one's own destiny. The state visit of the President of Mexico to Honduras last May 6 reiterated the many affinities between our governments, highlighting non-intervention as a basic principle of international relations and full commitment to social justice so as to accord priority treatment to addressing the needs of the most relegated members of society, those who have historically been forgotten and marginalized. This mission is common to us. Mexico is committed to multilateralism as a tool for resolving global and regional problems based on dialogue and negotiation. The multilateral organizations do not take the place of national capabilities, nor does it take the place of national institutions, so it can strengthen them. Multilateral organizations, they do not recognize governments either, for that is a sovereign power of the states, not of the international organizations. They don't certify elections because they are not electoral authorities. In 2019, the OAS acted ultra-virus in a grave manner, exceeding its powers, which my country has categorically rejected. This improper action is a stain that eats away at the prestige of the organization, that has marked it as an undesirable interventionist organization. 2019 will be remembered as a very terrible year for inter-American multilateralism. Your voice, Ambassador, has been heard in these halls very clearly. Work for an OAS that supports development in which peaceful getting along and mutual respect is among our peoples and governments are promoted without accepting meddling. And without detriment to the dignity that covers our sovereignty, that must be a permanent. Plus, we uphold the principles and purposes that all of the states have upheld in the charter of the organization. Ambassador, you can count on my delegation to work in all areas of the OAS according priorities to dialogue and consensus seeking as fundamental tools of multilateralism for peace and sustainable development in which Mexico firmly believes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
the United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez, the United States extends you a warm welcome to the OAS. Ambassador, we look forward to a productive relationship with the Honduras mission to the OAS under your leadership. We know you bring extensive and diverse experiences to your position, from your multilateral experience at the United Nations to your experience as a published author. Honduras's voice is important to the challenges facing the region. We stand ready to work with you in upholding the values of this vital institution to the Western Hemisphere. And again, thank you and welcome.
Thank you, United States. We wish Ambassador Quesada, the new permanent representative of Honduras, every success in his new responsibilities. The next item on the agenda corresponds to the commemoration of the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. In response to the request made by the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica, on behalf of the member states that make up the OAS LGBTI core group, as contained in document CP/INF 9356/22. In that regard, I am pleased to offer the floor first to the permanent representative of Costa Rica, who will read the declaration of the core group on this commemoration. Ambassador Solano, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. We thank the Chair for including in this order of business the commemoration of the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. We also thank, on behalf of the LGBTI core group of the OAS, the presentations that will be made by Luis Almagro, Secretary General, Commissioner Arosemena Troitinho of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and Ms. Tani Gomez Ortega, a member of the Board of Directors of the Dignity Network of Canada and Senior Manager for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Globe Law Companies Limited, the largest private employer of Canada. On 17 May, the General Assembly of the World Health Organization eliminated homosexuality from the list of mental illnesses, recognizing that considering homosexuality an illness was a discriminatory act. Because of this, I'm now honored to read the declaration of the LGBTI core group of the OAS. On this May 17th, Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay, member countries of the LGBTI core group of the OAS, are proud to come together with other governments and civil society organizations worldwide to mark the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia, as well as interphobia. This day is an opportunity to recall and to insist that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that strengthening alliances is essential for guaranteeing the security of individuals, to discourage violence, and to address discrimination. Since May 17, 2004, the day when the Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia was first celebrated, it's clear that there's been major progress in the Americas. In particular, we are proud to see that in recent years, countries of the hemisphere have continued adopting specific measures to eliminate discrimination and violence against LGBTI persons. Education, awareness raising, and dialogue have enabled the countries to effectively address the stereotypes and prejudices against LGBTI persons. We encourage all countries of the hemisphere to continue such efforts. Nonetheless, as the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights has noted, LGBTI persons continue to be all too often, victims of discrimination and violent hate crimes based on their sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or sexual characteristics. Often they are assassinated or murdered, arbitrarily arrested, and subjected to extreme violence driven by hatred. In addition, in some countries of the Americas, the sexual conduct, consent, sexual activity or behavior with consent among persons, adults of the same sex, continues to be a crime. In addition, we share the concern about the particular situation of vulnerability of LGBTI persons in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and those who, in a situation of human mobility, who find themselves in a situation of human mobility due to the historic discrimination and exclusion they face. We celebrate and encourage the fact that the countries are implementing strategies to guarantee the rights of LGBTI persons, mindful that human rights are universal and indivisible, including the human rights of LGBTI persons. We believe that May 17th is a day on which all of us member states can reiterate our commitment in the framework of joint work with the organs of the OAS to promote and protect human rights, and in collaboration with civil society organizations to help put an end to discrimination and violence against LGBTI persons. We support the global motto chosen for 2022, our bodies, our lives, our rights. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
We will now proceed to the presentations by the distinguished panelists, who I respectfully request to keep their interventions within the time limits stipulated in our rules of procedure. Having said that, I would like to offer the floor to the Secretary General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Somos conscientes.
We are aware of discrimination, hatred, and violence faced by LGBTI persons on a day-to-day basis because they do not adjust to the majority norms with respect to sexuality. That is why we have been marking the International Day Against Transphobia, Homophobia, and Biphobia for several years here in the OAS. Different countries of the Americas are at different stages in addressing the issue. Nonetheless, compared to other regions of the world, most of the countries of the Western Hemisphere are considered friendly vis-a-vis the LGBTI community, according to the LGBTI Equality Index, for example, as regards consented sexual relations among persons of the same sex. Well, they are considered legal in 25 countries. In 15 countries, discrimination based on sexual identity or sexual orientation is illegal in employment. This relating to hiring, firing, harassment, and so forth. The countries of the region are advancing, albeit slowly. For example, there have been strides made in new laws and policies to protect LGBTI persons from discrimination. We know that at least we are not so poor off as a region, but we are really doing everything we can so that one day we can stop having to raise awareness by marking this day. In so many countries of the region, LGBTI persons should be in a better position than they are because there are laws and policies that promote and protect their rights. There have been several historic judgments by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights related to LGBTI persons. We have many examples of how the Inter-American system is working for the rights of LGBTI persons. The challenge we face is how to change years and years of thinking that LGBTI persons don't deserve the same rights as the population, the heteronormative population. The countries that have made the most progress in this hemisphere, in those countries, LGBTI persons continue facing challenges, continue experiencing stigmatization, exclusion, and even homicide. According to statistics from 2008 to 2021, there were more than 3,000 assassinations of trans and gender diverse persons in Latin America and the Caribbean, which makes it into the deadliest region of the world for these persons. Just weeks ago, the Department of Social Inclusion of the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity of the OAS and the coordinator of the LGBTI core group at the OAS, which is done by Costa Rica together with Sinergia, organized a web seminar on challenges facing LGBTI persons in human mobility to explore the specific challenges that LGBTI persons in human mobility in the Americas have been facing. During that event, it was noted that every day, LGBTI persons in the Americas leave their homes seeking a better life where they can live free. The sad reality is that although their lives in their cities or the countries where they head to may be better, they continue to face challenges because of their sexual orientation and gender identity. The most powerful tool that we have thus far to bring about a transformative change in the treatment accorded LGBTI persons is the Inter-American Convention Against All Forms of Discrimination and Intolerance. To date, it has been ratified by only 2 states, which shows that we have so far to go in the region. We need more countries to accede to the convention in order to begin this change in how LGBTI populations are treated in our countries. Once again, I urge the member states that have yet to ratify or accede to this convention that they do so at the General Secretariat. We will continue in our effort to provide more rights for more people. Particularly mindful of LGBTI persons who will continue to mark the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia until all persons, independent of their sexual orientation and gender identity, are treated with dignity and respect throughout the Americas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, I am pleased to extend a warm welcome to the Commissioner Esmeralda Arosemena de Troitinio, Commissioner of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Commissioner, welcome to the Permanent Council. You have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, I extend cordial greetings first to Her Excellency, Ambassador Darius Clark, Permanent Representative of St. Lucia and Chairwoman of the Permanent Council of the OAS, distinguished Secretary General Luis Almagro, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Distinguished permanent representatives of the member states and observer states, distinguished Dani Gomez Ortega, member of the Board of Directors of Dignity Network of Canada, ladies and gentlemen, for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, today is a special day to celebrate, marking the International Day Against Homophobia, Lesbophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia in this special session of the Permanent Council. And I'm particularly grateful to the mission of Costa Rica through its distinguished Ambassador Alejandra Solano de Barceta, permanent representative as coordinator of the LGBTI core group at the OAS. My words are directed especially at urging or drawing attention to the phenomenon of forced displacement of this group of persons of the LGBTI community in our region. We need the states to adopt those measures needed to protect the rights of LGBTI persons who have been displaced and to address the very causes of such displacement, which should include the struggle against prejudices in the form of transphobia, homophobia, lesbophobia, interphobia as an essential first step. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights has been pleased to see that some countries of the region have taken significant steps in this struggle to eradicate these prejudices against LGBTI persons. For us, we are putting out publications of a bulletin on a quarterly basis in which we report on all of these strides forward, including domestic law provisions that are aimed at preventing, investigating, prosecuting, punishing, and making reparation for damages caused by such violence and discrimination. Nonetheless, despite this progress, we continue receiving information that many LGBTI persons are facing discrimination and violence in different areas of their lives, schools, universities, workplaces, healthcare, and even in their own families. LGBTI persons are victims of acts of violence because some seek to punish the different orientations, identities, and expressions of different sexual or gender characteristics. We need to acknowledge this reality in the context of this commemoration. And the Commission was able to put out a joint declaration with the United Nations independent experts. And in this declaration, recognition is accorded to the importance of giving special and prompt attention to different initiatives that produce discrimination. This group is suffering today in all stages of human mobility, a very special vulnerability to violence, abuse, and exploitation. Stigmatization creates such conditions of insecurity for many who are not willing to identify themselves as such. So I conclude by noting that for the Inter-American Commission, the thematic rapporteurships that are involved in this issue, well, we will continue working together and actively to promote and defend the human rights of these persons. I take this opportunity to issue this appeal to the states, ensuring all LGBTI persons so as to meet their aims of material and spiritual progress in pursuit of happiness as the holders of rights and pursuant to the ideals set forth in the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry to speak at such length.
Following our agenda, I am pleased to offer the floor to Ms. Dani Gomez Ortega, member of the Board of Dignity Network Canada and Senior Manager of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Loblaw Companies Limited. Ms. Gomez Ortega, welcome to the OAS. Permanent Council, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to recognize first all of the LGBTI people who fight every day and who have fought for years so that persons such as myself could be in this room with you today. My name is Dani Gomez Ortega. I'm a transgender woman, and I am reaching out to you from the traditional territory of the Mississauga and other indigenous peoples, also known as Toronto, Canada. I was born in Venezuela. I spent the last 15 years in Canada, so I'm going to be speaking to you in English at times and in Spanish at times.
Are committed to advancing LGBTQ rights globally, and our organization focuses on advocacy with government, education of our members, but also raising awareness of the public of the things that are happening to people like me all over the world. I also work at Level Companies Limited, and in my job, I help them create more inclusive spaces for retail across Canada in fields such as pharmacy, grocery, clothing retail, and so on. En honor del Día Internacional contra la Homofobia, Transfobia.
On the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, Biphobia, I was invited to share a bit of my story and also some ideas about how to fight homophobia. I was born in Venezuela, and I was born in a conservative and religious family. I knew that I was different when I was about 8 years old, but I could never tell anyone because I grew up hearing messages like that people like me were a mistake, that people like me had something bad about them, and that people like me were garbage, and that we were an insult to God. And yeah, so I grew up with a lot of fear, a lot of guilt, and I learned to hide this part of myself for a long time. And hiding this caused me a lot of psychological, physical, and mental damage. It affected my health so much so that I ended up in the hospital and almost lost my life at age 27. In other words, homophobia, transphobia, the homophobia and transphobia that I have suffered has for so long in my life practically took my life. Having been in the hospital for a month because of depression, many colleagues from work, friends, came to visit me, and they reminded me that they loved me very much, and they told me they were going to continue to love me and support me no matter what might come to pass. And it was at this time, in this experience, that I learned the power of reaching out to people and the power of being accepted by others. And I also learned that all of us have the power and the responsibility to accept others as they are. Now I'm going to switch to English a little bit, just to change things around a bit.
I've gone through, I've learned that being accepting of others, being an ally, has the power to keep people alive. Being accepting of others and being an ally is not about being politically correct. It's not even about being kind. It is about keeping people alive. And each one of us has the power to keep people alive just by being kind and accepting of everyone around us. So, International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Transphobia is a day when we need to ask ourselves, what am I doing to keep LGBT people in my country, around me, alive? So what can you do to help keep people alive? I have 3 tips to share with you, even though there are many. First, I recommend that you develop relationships with small organizations that are doing the work on the front lines, that are keeping LGBTQI people alive. I know that money is tight across governments, so this is not about money. It's just about developing a relationship with those organizations in the front lines and let them know that you see them and that you're there for them in government. Just talking with them will increase the chances of staying alive. Number 2, I recommend that you check in with the people around you that are part of the LGBT community and ask them, what can I do to support you? Homophobia and transphobia are taking our lives every day in brutal ways. And if you're in the room, it is because you have the power to do something about it. And I ask you and I beg of you, please do something about it. Last but not least, I recommend that you stand in front of, behind, and beside LGBTQ people. When we're being harmed by others, by the media, by other politicians, stand by us and protect us, stand in front of us and protect us from being harmed, stand up for us. If we are talking and advocating for ourselves, stand behind us, boost us, be our cheerleader, give us a platform to stand on. And last but not least, stand beside us and let us know that we're not alone in our journeys. My name is Danny Gomez Ortega. A few minutes of your time to share my experiences with you, and I want to say that it's been an honor speaking with you. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing the amazing things that we'll accomplish together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez Ortega, for your presentation. I now offer the floor to delegations. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'd also like to thank the speakers for the remarks that we have just heard. We also appreciate the inclusion of this topic in the order of business for our meeting today, as well as the leadership of the delegation of Costa Rica in the coordination of the LGBTI core group, and for creating consensus for the declaration that we have issued today. We take note of the presentations by our distinguished presenters, and I appreciate in advance the regards of those delegations that will speak after us. Madam Chair, although there has been substantive progress recently in Chile in terms of protecting LGBTI rights, including anti-discrimination laws, the right to equal marriage, and other actions, there is still much more to be done in the construction of a fairer and more inclusive society. We are pleased to report that the working group on the rights of diverse sexuality individuals that was created by this Permanent Council on April 6th started its work on May 13th with the participation of the authorities of the executive branch, the legislative branch, as well as representatives of LGBTQ plus individuals. Through this organization, we will collect the visions of social organizations, grassroots entities, political groups, and other public and private institutions to have a broader understanding of the challenges that gender diverse individuals confront on a day-to-day basis, with a view toward creating public policies in this regard. During the first working session of that group, we heard the initial actions that are being planned in terms of the community involving sexual diversity that we are processing through our Congress, including a gender identity law, a trans labor law, reforms to the anti-discrimination legislation, and legislation to prevent bullying, as well as comprehensive sexual education. We continue in this regard to make progress in the protection of the rights of all individuals. We note that the work of this working group will be particularly important in creating a national plan for the rights of LGBTQ plus individuals to ensure appropriate policies, unfettered access to employment, education that is inclusive and non-sexist for everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me start this morning, first, of course, by thanking our speakers, but in particular, Denise Gomez Ortega from Dignity Network Canada for sharing her insights and her lived experience. I know we all listened to what she had to say and what the other panelists had to say this morning. I thought it was awfully powerful and moving to hear directly from somebody who's able to share her lived experience. And I think that kind of an opportunity is really important for all of us. Because hearing those stories, I think, brings to life what sometimes perhaps otherwise might seem like a more distant discussion. And it's important day for us too, and perhaps different than some of the things we do, because today we're not standing for something, we're standing against something. And what we're standing against is homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia. And we do that because we recognize these fears, these irrational fears, these hatreds, they still not only exist, but they still pervade our societies, and they are a lived reality for millions of our citizens. It's easy to forget, to focus on the statistics, but to forget that we're talking about people who are our brothers, our sisters, our aunts, our uncles, our cousins, our parents, and our children. So in addition to thanking and congratulating the speakers, let me thank Costa Rica for our permanent representative, our friend, but for her leadership of the LGBTI core group, but for her government's leadership as well. And I wanted to take a moment to express our thanks for that. We're pleased to be able to join members of LGBTQ2 communities in Canada and around the world in solidarity today on this International Day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia, and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring everyone can feel safe, that they can be themselves, regardless of sexual orientation, regardless of gender identity, and regardless of gender expression. Madam Chair, let me continue with a few words in French to explain a little bit more some of Canada's experience.
Canada firmly supports the rights of individuals on this day in commemoration of the International Day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia, which is also being celebrated domestically in conjunction with the Foundation Emergencia of Quebec, Canada, which has taken important measures to promote and secure the rights of LGBTI individuals and to make reparations for the unfortunate incidents in our history. The Prime Minister Trudeau has officially apologized to Canadian LGBTQ individuals for the discrimination and the systematic persecution of the past. We have invested in organizations and worked with LGBTQ organizations to fight discrimination across Canada and have adopted legislation for special protection against discrimination and crimes based on gender identity or gender expression. Canada this year banned so-called conversion therapy, that is, those services that seek to modify or to repress the sexual orientation or gender identity of an individual. We have set that as a crime. The Ministry of Health of Canada, therefore, has collaborated in that effort to also ensure the enactment of a national plan of action.
And to call out homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia wherever we encounter it. In closing, let's not forget the countless numbers of LGBTI people around the world who continue to live in fear, who continue to experience discrimination, hatred, and violence. Instead, let's work together to build a world where we can all be who we are and love who we love. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mexico is very pleased to receive the declaration from the OAS LGBTI core group and recognizes the valuable contribution of the permanent mission of Costa Rica in the coordination of that group. This is an important opportunity for Mexico to reaffirm our constitutional mandate to respect the rights of all individuals. With the 2011 constitutional reform, our country has placed at the center of all our activities the dignity of all persons, and our Constitution therefore prohibits the discrimination or the harming of the impingement on the rights of individuals as a result of an array of causes, including gender and sexual orientation. The protection of all individuals is therefore of the essence in everything that we seek to do throughout our legal system, and we have continued to work tirelessly to ensure the protection and support for all human rights, ensuring that they are indivisible and interdependent in federal legislation to prevent and eliminate discrimination, to combat homophobia, and to ensure that xenophobia, misogyny, and other forms of discrimination are not present in our country. Recently, at the federal level, we have approved in Mexico City, legislation to support the full human rights of LGBTI individuals in the city. Throughout the course of the last decade, 26 of 32 states in the Republic of Mexico have recognized the right to egalitarian marriage. The government of Mexico has encouraged a policy of protection of historically vulnerable groups with a vision of social justice, inclusion, and diversity. The National Program for Equality and Non-Discrimination 2021-2024 is designed under the guiding principle of the 2030 Agenda to leave no one behind, and addresses a number of institutionalized discriminatory practices, seeking to eliminate them and to encourage harmonization and a cross-cutting approach to equality and social inclusion, as well as raising awareness, developing skills, and disseminating concepts that will facilitate a cultural shift and paradigm change both in the public and private sectors. The program seeks further to ensure that we correct the pending issues regarding sexual orientation, identity, and gender expression in the national healthcare system, the implementation of a protocol for individuals to ensure that there is no discrimination in the provision of medical services to gay, lesbian, bisexual, transsexual, transgender, and intersex individuals in our national healthcare system, and to combat stigmatization, discrimination associated with sexual diversity, gender diversity, as well as the strengthening of mechanisms for reporting and punishment of such discrimination. We also are working hand in hand with the Office of the Prosecutor at the national level to be able to provide appropriate training for our prosecutors so that they can better handle cases involving sexual orientation or gender identity. This is part and parcel of our ongoing efforts to contribute to the design and ongoing improvement of public policies in the area of anti-discrimination. Mexico, in this regard, has set forth a number of initiatives to compile relevant statistical data, including a national survey on discrimination, which started in 2017, which has enabled us to gather substantive information on the self-identification of individuals age 18 and older, as well as their experiences in discrimination, and their opinions, as well as the opinions and attitudes of society toward the sexually diverse groups. The survey that we will be taking in our summer this year will enable us to update the information on prejudice and discriminatory attitudes, and therefore enable us to design better public policies targeting our struggle against discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. In 2018, our National Council for the Prevention of Discrimination has created research that shows the issues and highlights them particularly, and we are therefore very much cognizant that these issues hit the trans community particularly hard. The National Institute for Statistics and Geography between August 2021 and January 2022 also did a national survey on sexual diversity and gender identity, which has provided us with important information for the first time in terms of non-gender traditional individuals in the country. Our survey done in 2020 on intersex individuals also helped to identify prejudice and stereotypes associated with the discriminatory practices against individuals who are intersex. These findings have led to additional training and greater awareness raising on the inclusion of LGBTI plus individuals since early childhood, as well as the struggle against hate speech and the fostering of a culture of non-discrimination and respect for human rights among all. Madam Chair, the consolidation of democracy is a complex process that requires the collaboration of all sectors of society and ongoing respect and mutual recognition of human rights among all. We would like to note that is on the commemoration of this International Day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia is the only path toward recognizing and protecting the rights of all LGBTI individuals and a fundamental precondition for our societies and democracies. Mexico encourages all states to commit to recognizing and protecting the rights of LGBTIQ plus individuals in their domestic legislations, as well as to subscribe to international agreements such as the Inter-American Convention on All Forms of Discrimination, which took force in Mexico in 2020. And on that note, Mexico is making efforts to make the content of that agreement much more visible domestically. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary individuals. Good morning. I would like to congratulate the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica and the organization of members for celebrating this day, the International Day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia, recognizing it today after this official celebration yesterday. This is an important occasion to recognize the work of the General Assembly of the World Health Organization that started as a result of its General Assembly in 1990. I'd like to also thank the Secretary General, Commissioner Esmeralda Arosmena, and especially Dani Gomez Ortega for their remarks today. In Bolivia, we celebrate May 17th as a day against homophobia and transphobia, established through Supreme Decree number 22. We are one of the few countries that recognizes at the constitutional level the rights of individuals to not be discriminated against as a result of their sexual orientation or gender identity. The law is based on the prohibition against racism and all forms of discrimination, and provides punishment for all forms of such discrimination, with a view toward ensuring the fundamental rights of all transsexual and transgender people in Bolivia in 2016. We passed a gender identity law that allows all individuals who are over the legal age to change their sex, image, and national identity document. This allows them to exercise fully their own identity. The right for the collective struggle, for LGBTI rights continues to require a significant level of support, of commitment, and empathy from all of our societies so that all individuals can experience their lives without discrimination or violence against them. Now, despite the significant legislative progress, there is still much to do domestically and internationally, as well as especially at the regional level, with regard to ensuring the political and social rights for LGBTI individuals. These are topics that have not been fully addressed appropriately by our national legislatures. Therefore, it is particularly important that today we celebrate these communities and continue to work for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the interventions made by the Secretary General, Commissioner Arosemena, and Ms. Dani Gomez-Ortega to commemorate the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, Interphobia, and Transphobia, or as it's known by its acronym, IDAHOBIT. The United States is pleased to support this agenda item, and we thank Ambassador Solano and the other members of the OAS LGBTI core group for putting forward this year's declaration. Celebrating IDAHOBIT is an opportunity for governments, civil society organizations, and human rights defenders to come together to speak out against hate in its many forms and affirm the dignity and respect of LGBTQI+ persons across the globe. As President Biden said in his statement yesterday, LGBTQI+ people are entitled to all rights, opportunities, and protections that belong to every human on this planet. Through our work here at the OAS, we have a responsibility to combat violence, discrimination, and abuse against LGBTQI+ persons, as well as to build inclusive societies. We take this opportunity to celebrate that 2 of the world's 4 LGBTQI special envoys exist in the Americas. The United States Special Envoy Jessica Stern and Argentina's Special Envoy Alba Rueda. Their voices as out lesbian and transgender persons, respectively, are integral to building an even stronger coalition. We will continue to work with the core group, member states, the IACHR, and other advocates to mitigate discrimination against LGBTQI+ persons across the hemisphere. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. You are all well familiar with the general orientation of the government of Argentina and of our entire country, because it's not just a matter of the administration. It is an approach by our people, of our society. I deeply appreciate the remarks that have been made and indeed the acknowledgement of this day. I would like to just note a few high points in recent progress made in Argentina. We have appointed Alba Rueda, the first trans woman, as the official within our foreign ministry responsible for the Special Office on Sexual Orientation and Gender within the Foreign Ministry. Furthermore, our country, Argentina, is the co-chair of a coalition composed of 42 states that yesterday issued a statement also in commemoration of this day. So in sum, we will continue to redouble all of our efforts to combat homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia in an ongoing effort to ensure the full, complete, and equal respect for and exercise of all human rights by all individuals. This is not a matter of propaganda for our administration, because an administration cannot make progress. It cannot stand alone. It must be in a dialectical relationship and receive feedback from the awareness and the conscience of its society, of its people. We in Argentina for many years have had a society that has been highly mobilized and very much aware. And that awareness of our society demands that its government address these issues with the same vision of our people. My deepest regret is that there continues to be stigmatization with regard to these topics. Not just reactive policies vis-a-vis gender rights, gender diversity, but also the concerns about efforts to thwart this irreversible historical trend. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam.
Let me first thank our Secretary General Luis Almagro for his remarks, that of Special Rapporteur Torretino, and my fellow country person, Dani Gomez Ortega. All phobia, all discrimination is a violation of human rights. We must remember that human rights are a core pillar of our organization, and that must stand tall, and our respect for these human rights should be above any distinction or discrimination based on race, color, sex, language, sexual orientation, political opinion, religion, or any other differences of any nature. The inclusion of this topic of human rights is of the utmost importance. As you know, in 2019, the interim president of Venezuela, Juan Guaidó, made official the return to my country, to the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, after it had been denounced by then President Hugo Chavez in 2012. As the interim government that forms part of the Inter-American Commission, we know well that the rulings of the Inter-American Human Rights Court do generate obligations, and we recognize the importance of these consultative opinions, especially number 24/17, as well as other jurisprudence, which is very much important on this topic, and hope that this respect for these rulings will be fully enacted in my country and elsewhere. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The floor.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair. Spain would like to share in the recognition of this topic and of the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia on May 17th. The government of Spain shows its firm commitment to the defense of LGBTI individuals, both domestically and internationally, as well as our commitment to the adoption of all measures necessary to continue to make progress in eradicating hate speech, attacks, acts of violence, including the misnomer of so-called conversion therapies and other practices that LGBTI individuals continue to suffer from. We'd also like to express our rejection of speech aimed at hate and discrimination, that supports violence and based on the practice of excluding the LGBTI community. The enjoyment of civil rights, the right to form a family, the right to protect their children, the right to healthcare, to decent work, to protections, asylum, self-determination, and expression of their dignity as individuals and their freedom are unalienable rights for all individuals. Spain encourages the agenda of inclusion and respect and equality within our country and outside our borders. As a result, the Agency for Cooperation of Spain has financed within the OAS a program to strengthen access to civil registry institutions, recognition and best practices for the recognition of gender identity over the course of the past 2 years. This program of the Department for Effective Public Management has had a favorable impact in the region on the lives of individuals, real individuals and their families, and has led to a process of transformation toward greater equality and greater respect for diversity and transsexual individuals. Spain's commitment has come to fruition over time, first with the approval of equal marriage in 2005, when Spain became the third country in the world to legalize it at the same time that Canada did. Subsequently, in 2007, with our law on sexual identity that allowed for the correction of our records, in our birth records regarding sex, Spain therefore stood at the forefront of the topic at the time in terms of legislation. Internationally, Spain also holds a position of privilege in terms of the progress in LGBTI rights, and I am particularly pleased to note that I'm very proud of my country for being a pioneer in terms of this democratic and social progress for the legislation that has been passed and encouraged in our national Parliament in terms of creative rules and regulations on equal treatment and non-discrimination. I do not have time to list all of these efforts, but I certainly would like to make those pieces of legislation available to the core group and the member states so that they may serve as a point of reference for future efforts. Lastly, I'd like to congratulate the LGBTI core group, especially its chair. My congratulations to the Ambassador of Costa Rica, Alejandro Solana, in that regard. I'd also like to recognize the importance of continuing to work to eradicate discrimination and violence perpetrated against individuals who simply seek to live their lives as gays, lesbians, bisexual, transsexual, or intersex individuals, as well as the need to continue to promote respect for sexual diversity and gender as one of the positive values in our democratic societies. I hope that in the future there will be increasingly there will be more of us who believe in these values. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Madam President, thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, permanent observers. I take the floor to also recognize the importance of this day on behalf of Italy, as well as my country's growing cooperation with the OAS, the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, and the member states, in particular the core group, on these issues. I especially thank the presidency of the core group, Costa Rica, and Ambassador Alejandra Solano, for the excellent cooperation we have had over the last months. Last year, Italy was among the first countries of the world to nominate a special envoy for the human rights of LGBTIQ+ persons, a diplomat, Fabrizio Petri, who visited the OAS in December to grow our cooperation. Our celebration of the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia also serves as a recognition that there is still much to do nationally, regionally, globally, to uphold the human rights of LGBTIQ plus persons and continue fighting against any form of intolerance and discrimination. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Italy. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Allow me to take the floor once again on behalf of Costa Rica to close out this point on our agenda for today. Once again, I extend my greetings to all. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognizes that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and endowed as they are with reason and conscience, or consciousness, they must conduct oneself in a fraternal manner with one another, and it also establishes that every person has the rights and freedoms proclaimed in this declaration with no distinction based on race, color, sex, language, religion, political opinion, or any other national or social origin, economic standing, birth, or any other condition. Costa Rica reiterates its commitment to the principles of Costa Rica's institutional framework for guaranteeing human rights, making the efforts required to fight discrimination. And it is also committed to the work of the OAS LGBTI core group promoting violence, the prevention of violence and discrimination against LGBTI persons in the hemisphere. Once again, we express our concern over the existence of laws which to this day continue criminalizing homosexuality. We recall the pressing need to redouble our individual and collective efforts against those laws that oppose human rights and fundamental freedoms. Unfortunately, LGBTI persons continue to be accorded different treatment. Some consider that their sexual orientation or gender identity can be changed through so-called conversion therapies. These are extremely harmful interventions that are based on the medically false idea that gender diverse persons are ill. These therapies produce psychological, long-lasting psychological and physical harm. These practices continue to perpetuate inhuman and degrading treatment contrary to human rights and fundamental freedoms, which we defend so much, all of us do, here in this organization. In this context, protecting LGBTI persons in human mobility and ensuring adequate attention to the challenges they face in respect of health, security, civil identity, recognition and protection of rights should be a matter of concern for us all, as was noted in the virtual seminar held just last April 29th in coordination with the Department of Social Inclusion of this organization. Similarly, we would like to refer to what the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights already said about violence against lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and intersex persons, which is reinforced by the dissemination of hate speech directed against this community in different contexts, including in public debates, demonstrations against events organized by LGBTI persons, such as the Pride marches, and through media outlets and the internet, which has also provoked sad, unfortunate crimes against LGBTI persons preceded by a context of a high degree of dehumanizing and discrimination. Now, this month of May is also significant for Costa Rica, for we mark 2 years since the coming into force of marriage equality. The path that Costa Rica has followed for consolidating the rights of same-sex couples bears witness to the solidity of its democratic institutional framework, its firm conviction in the rule of law, its commitment to international human rights law, it being subjected to the Inter-American human rights system, and above all else, its firm conviction that no one should be excluded from social progress. Now, we note that last April 25th, an amendment to the criminal code was adopted in Costa Rica, identifying hate crimes and establishing penalties for one who harms, attacks, or kills someone because of their race, age, religion, nationality, political opinion, disability, sexual orientation, or religion. This brings Costa Rica into line with international provisions for protecting human rights and equality for persons or populations who have historically suffered violations and have been historically persecuted because of prejudice and intolerance. Finally, we appeal to a reflection on the motto defined for marking the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia for this year, 2022. Our bodies, our lives, our rights. And we invite each and every one of you to continue struggling against all forms of discrimination, violence, racism, hatred, and intolerance. And let us carry out the commitments that we have taken on in the international human rights instruments. And these should be the guide that lead us to build and consolidate more just, inclusive, and diverse societies in this hemisphere. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
There being no further request for the floor, I suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the declaration of the member countries of the OAS LGBTI core group, as read by the distinguished delegation of Costa Rica, the presentations of our guest panelists, and the comments made by the delegations, the Secretary General, and permanent observers on the commemoration of the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. There being no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. Esteemed colleagues, in accordance with the request made by the Permanent Mission of Peru in note CP/INF 9366/22, we will now proceed to the agenda item entitled The Increase in the Price of Fertilizers and Its Impact on the Development of Sustainable Agri-Food Systems in the Region. The Chair offers the floor first to Ambassador Forsyth, Permanent Representative of Peru, who will make a brief introduction before offering the floor to the Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. Ambassador Forsyth, you have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we're certainly very fortunate to have Manuel Otero with us. He is the Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. Now, he has been the Director General of the IICA since 2017, and the agency he heads up has as its main mission to promote agriculture and rural development of the 34 member states through excellent technical cooperation. I am very grateful to the various permanent representatives through you to accept the initiative for the Director General of the IICA to be able to direct some words to us regarding the crisis that is besetting us. So if you see fit, Madam Chair, I would suggest that at this time you might yield the floor to him.
I am now pleased to offer the floor to Dr. Manuel Otero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. Mr. Director General, welcome back to the OAS Permanent Council. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ambassador Forsyth, for this invitation. I also extend greetings to the Chair of the Permanent Council of the OAS, Ambassador Elizabeth Darius Clark, the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, and the representatives of the member countries. I'd like to ratify, first of all, the relevance of the IICA in the Inter-American system as a specialized body, as already noted, in all matters having to do with agriculture and rural development in the Americas. IICA emerged in 1942 as the result of a decision by a number of countries who saw it as an institution to serve the interests of peace. And now that we're about to mark 80 years of uninterrupted work in a scenario that is so difficult with a profound global food crisis, we wish to ratify our vocation and our use to the countries. I'd like to first remind you that we are a mixed region where there are food exporters living alongside food importers, large-scale agriculture, as well as niche agriculture, business agriculture, together with family farming and campesinos or small farmers, peasants. In this diversity in the current conditions, we note that we are the largest net exporter of food products in the world. 1 of every 3 tons comes from the Americas. 1 of every 5 jobs come from agriculture. We have the largest amount of resources on the planet in terms of soil, water, biodiversity, and because of that, as was shown at the summit of agri-food systems that was convened by the United Nations and held in September of last year, the Americas are called upon to be the guarantor of food security, nutritional security, and environmental security of the hemisphere. It depends on us. We're experiencing an unprecedented situation in which there is a negative underscoring of economic, social, health, and sanitary issues, and they are becoming aggravated with the conflict in Eastern Europe. This global crisis undermines the traditional pillars of food security, something which it seemed to us was never going to come to pass, but it is happening, and it affects us all in different ways. Indeed, it's impacting the world, and the Americas is no exception. Now, how does it impact on us? The increase in prices of the main agricultural products accentuates inflationary pressures in respect of food products. We must bear in mind that for every percentage point in the price of foods, 10 million people become marginalized and pushed into poverty. Second, there's a clear redirecting of trade flows due to the conflict in Eastern Europe. And in the short term, there's an increase in agro-food exports in response to this reduction in world supply and in response to demand. And this has a detrimental impact on the most vulnerable countries of our hemisphere. And I mentioned in particular the countries of the Northern Triangle and Central America, in the Caribbean, the small Caribbean states. And I'd like to underscore in particular the case of Haiti. But the third effect, which is what brings us together today, is a result of the high level of concentration of the world fertilizer market, the world market for chemical fertilizers, and what I see as excessive dependence on the supply of these basic inputs, without which agricultural production in the Americas would be seriously impacted. The problem is especially serious in those countries that make intensive use of fertilizers. I'm referring to the cases of Costa Rica, Ecuador, Trinidad and Tobago, Guatemala, Chile, Brazil, which use on average 300 to 600 kilos of fertilizer per hectare of arable land. All of those countries are particularly sensitive to price increases and disruptions in trade, as is occurring at this time. While the increase in the price of wheat, for example, might offset the increasing price of urea, the challenge is how to take account of higher production costs and compensating for the inherent risk. So the crisis in supply of fertilizer, well, we take prices in the international fertilizer market, and I want to emphasize that This is a weakness that we have in our productive processes, and this places at risk any equation of profitability, and it requires that producers select technological packages that are less risky and at lower cost. And this generates a vicious cycle, which means there's a lower supply of food, and it tags on the risks of more small producers being cast aside. And in this regard, and to round out, I'd like to say that the IICA undertakes to work hand in hand with other international organizations in the area of technical cooperation and financial organizations as well, to come up with practical solutions that enable us to address and emerge from this food crisis and the increasing price of fertilizers. The question is how. The IICA has in place an ongoing dialogue and a consultation with the ministers of the region and other actors in the private sector. We are reviewing this and we're going to step it up. Second, we have launched the Observatory of Policies for Transformation of the Agro-Food Systems of the Americas, in which we make available to the member countries to provide regular updates on the different policy approaches. Third, we have a program called Live Soils, through which, together with the Ohio State University, we are working to recover soils and also to embrace regenerative practices. We are convinced that it is time to take up again the issues of science and innovation. We need to rethink the strategies of our national science and innovation systems, nationally and regionally, according much greater importance to precision agriculture, big data georeferencing, regenerative agriculture, and bio inputs. It is time to launch a global partnership on environmental issues to promote trade and to have a new generation of public policy so as to transform our producers into protagonists of this agriculture, which is going to have to be more competitive, more sustainable, more inclusive, and at the service of peace for all of our peoples. I conclude by noting that there are approximately 750 million persons in the world whose rate of dependency on wheat from Russia and Ukraine is 50%. They have no way to compensate by having higher domestic production or to go out and buy elsewhere because there's not sufficient supply. Here at IICA, we emphasize the geopolitical role of agriculture and food for social peace and for the political order. These are all extremely important issues, and I certainly hope it's our expectation and our hope that they can be addressed at the upcoming Summit of the Americas to be held in Los Angeles as of 6 June. Thank you very much for having heard my comments this morning, and I reiterate the willingness of the IICA to work together in this crisis, in this emergency, in which agriculture is a strategic post for peace. Thank you once again.
For your informative presentation. Esteemed colleagues, we will now proceed to the consideration of the draft resolution, the increase in the price of fertilizers and its impact on the development of sustainable agri-food systems in the region, presented by the Permanent Mission of Peru. In this regard, I am pleased to offer the floor to the Permanent Representative of Peru to present the draft resolution. Ambassador Forsyth, you have the floor.
Brevemente, señora presidenta, muchas gracias.
Briefly, Madam Chair, thank you very much. And related to agriculture and peace, well, this is something which Mr. Otero, Director General of IICA, just referred to. I think that we all need to be grateful for his solid remarks. He's a qualified professional, and he has enlightened us on an issue which, at least speaking for myself, has been quite unknown. I think we all need to salute the fact that our organization is now beginning to become directly involved in something that has is clearly of great import. Fertilizer, which is fundamental for the survival of our peoples, who are already hard hit to a greater or lesser extent, but all the member states are have been hard hit by this crisis. And this is directly related, as Mr. Otero noted, it is totally tied into regional food security, which no doubt is in danger. According to the top experts, the phantom of hunger may take hold in a large part of our society. So I certainly think it's important for the OAS to take interest in this topic. And this is, in effect, happening. So we are immensely grateful for the solidarity that we have shown among ourselves. As I say, it really affects us all to a greater or lesser extent. I never imagined me being totally ignorant of these matters, or that somebody like myself could all of a sudden become so interested in fertilizer, something I know very little about. But at any rate, in recent weeks, we are all learning. We are all getting to know close up just what is the tremendous cost of the high prices and of the scarcity of fertilizer, which is apparently vital for our own survival. The member states generously all are committed to this issue, and I want to state for the record that I'm most grateful to those who are co-sponsoring this draft resolution: Belize, Brazil, Chile, Dominica, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Paraguay, and Uruguay. And at the same time, I would note that because of a mistake that I made at point 2, I had the idea originally, but then something went right past me when we decided to request the participation of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, and that's where I've had this neglect, the Caribbean Development Bank. It's important that that be added to operative paragraph 2, and this is a material error. I take responsibility, and also answering to the concern of some of the Caribbean states. So most grateful for you granting me the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. I ask if the Permanent Council may adopt this draft resolution as presented by the delegation of Peru. There being no objection, the draft resolution, the increase in the price of fertilizers and its impact on the development of sustainable agri-food systems in the region is approved. I invite delegations to speak on the resolution we have just approved. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My country decided to co-sponsor this draft resolution more than anything else because of the simple fact that Brazil is the biggest importer of fertilizer worldwide. We're the biggest importer, but like other countries in the hemisphere, we are also playing a central role in providing food to the world market. To cite just a few examples, Brazil is the largest global exporter of corn. It's the largest global exporter of beef and chicken. It's the largest global exporter of beef, and so it is a leader in the world's supply of animal protein. Brazil is also the largest producer and exporter of soybean, supplying 50% of the world market for this product. Every day, Brazil provides food for 800 million people in 180 countries. 1 out of every 4 dishes served in the world has Brazilian ingredients, Brazilian grown ingredients. In addition, in Brazil, we have the day-to-day challenge of feeding 220 million fellow citizens. And this suggests clearly the importance of this resolution for Brazil and for those countries that are directly benefited by Brazilian production. Distortions in the supply of fertilizer did not just begin now, however. Brazil had already been feeling major increases in the price of fertilizers after the sanctions that were imposed on the sector, particularly in Belarus as of June of 2021. The fertilizer market has also been affected by the increased price of natural gas, nitrogenates, freight costs because of the pandemic, and some other restrictions on exporters adopted by two of the large producer countries, countries that also produce those products, precisely to address their own domestic markets. In this way, the resolution that we've just adopted is most timely and on point. The Brazilian delegation would like to thank the permanent representative of Peru for his leadership in the adoption of this text, and especially is grateful for his great ability to negotiate a consensus-based text. Brazil wishes to highlight the need and the importance of opening up openness and connection of value chains in the international trade in fertilizer. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Tiene la palabra.
I thank the Ambassador of Brazil, and I now give the floor to the Ambassador of Canada. Thank you very much.
Otero for his presentation, and to begin by saying that we welcome Peru's initiative to draw the Council's attention to this important matter, but I wanted to take the floor this morning to explain Canada's position on this issue. While we share the concerns of colleagues about the drastic increases in fertilizer pricing and the impact on global and regional food security, we must not shy away from acknowledging the most significant exacerbating factor, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Undeniably, Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine has been the greatest shock to global food systems in the past decade. Not only has the invasion severely disrupted agricultural production and trade within Ukraine, causing widespread suffering and wreaking havoc on the local economy, but the invasion also threatens current and future global food security. Canada recognizes that disruptions in fertilizer supply and price increases threaten global agricultural productivity, including in developing countries. We believe it's important to make it very clear that the leading cause of global food insecurity and rising fertilizer prices is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Canada therefore requests that the following footnote be appended to the resolution, and I'll read it and then we'll submit it to Madam Chair. Canada underscores that the Russian Federation bears full responsibility for the risks to global food security that have arisen as a result of their invasion of Ukraine. UN General Assembly Resolution A/ES11/1, titled Aggression Against Ukraine, adopted on March 2nd, 2022, and OAS Permanent Council Resolution CP/Res 1192/22 of March 25th, 2022, titled The Crisis in Ukraine, both warned against the potential impact of the conflict on increased food insecurity globally. That's the end of the footnote, Madam Chair. That said, Madam Chair, let me continue with a few words to underscore that Canada is very much committed to working with partners towards global solutions and to using all the available instruments to the benefit of the vulnerable populations, including in our own region, suffering from these challenges that are not of their own making. And I'll continue in French. Comme vous avez pu le constater dans les différents communiqués de G7 et dans les mesures.
As you've seen in the different measures, Canada is also part of the G7, and we are very much cognizant of these issues in that context and very much in favor of creating an alliance for food security to create greater sustainability on this topic. Canada is working actively to provide support to all of the players with a view toward ensuring continued supply chains and of foodstuffs throughout the market. Canada will also contribute $60 million worth of foodstuffs and will continue to support member countries and partners through the World Food Program to continue to support individuals who are suffering as a result of the food crisis unleashed by this war. While that level of support is not sufficient, it is necessary while we look toward a worldwide system that is sustainable and smart agriculture. And that will allow us to continue to ensure that we have a nutritional food chain for countries and ensure greater resilience with a view toward bringing an end to food insecurity caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Madam Chair, therefore, Canada commits to engaging in all types of measures that would lead to measures that would tend to increase fertilizer and food prices around the world. Thank you very much. We take due note of the footnote presented by Canada. Let me now recognize Chile. Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank you for bringing this topic to the order of business and also thank the Chair of ICA, Manuel Otero, for his remarks. A few weeks ago, agricultural authorities of the region came together in the 30th Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean of the FAO with a view toward looking at encouraging healthy diets and encouraging inclusive rural development, as well as promoting healthier agriculture as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Both that conference, as well as this topic that is addressed here today, and the approval of this resolution, stand as an opportunity for regional coordination to protect food resources, social capital, and the economy. The increment in the price of agricultural products, fertilizers, and as a result largely of the war in Ukraine. Also, of course, affected by the troublesome economic recovery in our countries, make it all the more important, colleagues, Madam Chair, to find innovative responses and policies to grapple with the price hikes and address related issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. El Salvador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. As noted previously, I would like to read the footnote that we would ask be included on the resolution we've just approved. El Salvador wholeheartedly shares the objectives of the resolution on the increment in the price of fertilizers and its impact on agro-food development systems that are sustainable in the region, and is keenly interested in seeing the topic continue to be discussed within the organization, particularly in terms of providing technical and financial support from specialized organizations. El Salvador, given the current crisis, is taking 11 economic measures to support the Salvadorian population with regard to the impact of inflation, including a release on taxes due and duties on foodstuffs, including fertilizers. El Salvador has ratified its position with regard to this topic in the General Assembly meeting of the United Nations and special emergency meeting on March 2nd were referred to in the preamble to the resolution. El Salvador continues to defend the dialogue for diplomacy and negotiation, a path to security and global peace. El Salvador reiterates that it is willing to continue to work with member states to overcome this crisis, to identify and implement and develop comprehensive initiatives that help ensure food security and sustainable development across our hemisphere. End quote. Madam Chair, the text is available for inclusion.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do see that Argentina has requested the floor before the United States delegation, unless I'm mistaken.
My apologies, Argentina. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the introduction of this draft resolution and thank Dr. Otero for his outstanding presentation. I'd like to simply highlight that just a couple of days ago, Argentina received a couple of observations from our foreign ministry after consulting with our Ministry of Agriculture and the technical offices within the foreign ministry, which unfortunately were not able to be included in the draft. These comments are based on our status as an exporter of agricultural products, and therefore we believe that we are not hit as hard by the price hikes, but rather by the volatility of the market. And that is the tack that we have seen taken in the remarks that we have had. Now, given the limited time available to discuss and debate these topics, we do understand that time is always in short supply in the organization. But that said, we have, of course, often changed language on the fly within the OAS as well. So perhaps this might be an occasion for that, to include not just the rising prices, but also market volatility and potential scarcity and harm that would cause. I don't believe that any of our countries should be saddened by the high prices of things that we export. A mining country should not be saddened by rising prices of mining products. A country that produces lithium should not be upset by that. I think that what we need to be looking at is not so much the question of the price hike, although it is true that obviously it may generate inflation. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that we don't want this statement to cover up something that is even more important, and that is who is benefiting? Who is benefiting from these price hikes? Because we've seen, of course, this volatility in prices and in markets. But once this emergency the world is experiencing is over, the volatility may drop, but the structural question of the appropriation of income won't change, and that is what hits us the hardest. A moment ago, I was listening quite closely to our dear friend, the ambassador of Brazil, who said that from the interpreter, sounded origin has clipped. Brazil said that they are the primary importers of fertilizers because they are one of the primary exporters of a large number of agricultural and livestock products. So these fertilizers that Brazil exports, and Argentina does as well, if they were applied in a country that's richness lies in precious stones or hydrocarbons, wouldn't have the same rate of return. And because the difference is that it has to do with fertilizers come from the land. It's a question of fertile, arable land. And it is the people who own the land. Our societies should own the land. The money it belongs to us all because they are our fertile lands. But the money goes to these huge monopolies with tremendous capital. And this is one of the primary problems, as Dr. Otero said. And this is a problem because those who are making money, it's not the people. If it were the people, we would be happy to see a rise in the price of fertilizers because our people, to whom the land belongs, would be richer. Again, from the interpreter, sounded origin has clipped. This organization has spent a lot of time lately in condemning and excluding and naming all the things that divide us. But I was thinking that given that the market for the supply of these products is so concentrated, if we unified or brought together our purchasing power, the prices would drop significantly. If we used our resources to pool the effort in R&D of our public resources, and then could redistribute the rights, the IPR, the patents, and use them to the benefit of all people rather than the world's large monopolies, then this organization would make a lot more sense in terms of its contribution to the happiness and the wealth of our peoples. So let us support this draft that describes the consequences of this phenomena. But that does not mean that we should not subsequently address the structural macroeconomic conditions that lead to these consequences.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. Undoubtedly, the United States is very concerned about the fertilizer and food security situation around the world, its impact on all countries, and the root cause of this global disruption. On March 2nd, 2022, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution on the deteriorating humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine and the impact that the situation in Ukraine can have on food security globally, especially for vulnerable countries and populations. With Ukraine and the Russian Federation among the major producers of agricultural commodities in the world, these concerns have been widely echoed across the international community in multiple forums. For example, the FAO Council decision adopted April 8th by a 23-4 vote drew very clear linkages between Russia's unprovoked war and negative impacts on global food and fertilizer markets. My delegation cannot support a resolution of this body that does not explicitly recognize this reality. At every turn, Russia has sought to deflect responsibility for its actions by blaming sanctions for further disrupting the global food system. As we all know, this is patently false. Sanctions aren't preventing Russia from exporting food and fertilizer. The sanctions imposed by the United States carefully include exceptions for food, fertilizer, and seeds from Russia. We repeat, Vladimir Putin is responsible for further disruptions to the global food supply chain, not others. This must be made abundantly clear. Madam Chair, for these reasons, the United States asks that the following footnote be included in the text, which reads as follows. The United States cannot join consensus on this important resolution. The resolution fails to explicitly recognize that the Russian Federation's unjustified and unprovoked war in Ukraine has disrupted the global food supply chain, driving up prices for food and fertilizer in lower and middle income countries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank Peru for bringing to the attention of this Permanent Council a topic of shared interest for the region. We also thank the Director General of ICA for his very informative presentation. As the FAO has noted, the importance of fertilizers lies in that they're one of the most important tools in the development of agriculture and in maintaining food security and soil productivity. Moreover, according to the FAO, the international reference prices for fertilizers continued to rise throughout 2021, and many have reached the highest prices ever. The regrettable situation between Russia and the Ukraine has further led to price hikes in fertilizers. We could say that is the straw that broke the camel's back. The cost of fertilizers and other raw materials has been rising since 2020, primarily as a result of the logistical crisis stemming from COVID-19, the rising cost of shipping, and the devaluation of Latin American currencies. Colombia believes that the primary concern are these rising and volatile prices and the uncertainty that goes with it, as well as the negative repercussions in the production, nutrition, and food security, particularly in developing countries. Although in Colombia we currently do not have a scarcity of foodstuffs, it is clear that these high prices will lead to a reduction in productivity and in our plantations. Therefore, in the context for the call to action to meet the SDGs, we must continue to look to SDG 2, which again, because it is cross-cutting, requires a committed approach to agricultural productivity, especially for those individuals who are in a situation of vulnerability. As such, in the current state of affairs, one of the priorities of Colombia has been to maintain our strategies in the agricultural sector to ensure access to raw materials and to support the logistics chain in terms of transportation, distribution, and sale of foodstuff. Chair, Colombia has identified key multi-sectoral strategies in grappling with the challenges, including capability building, capacity building, and knowledge transfer among producers to encourage the development of agricultural activities and mitigate the risks of environmental deterioration. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I must confess that when the representative of Peru, Ambassador Forsyth, started to call our attention to this topic, at the beginning, I had the feeling that he was making this huge effort, but that he wouldn't have much support. But I was mistaken. My dear friend, Aaron, fortunately, I was very much mistaken, because the discussion has had and continues to have the depth that it merits, and what Dr. Otero has said is very clear. The impact on foodstuffs across the continent is clear. And I believe that this contribution by ICA helps us to think on the global stage as well. I appreciate the work of such specialists as Gabriel Rodriguez, who has a keen eye for these things and help us to understand what is happening. Over the last couple of days, and yesterday particularly, we were talking here in the OAS about migration, looking at migration, analyzing what was happening, and so forth. And the tie-in there is that migration has to do with people who are trying, in some, to find a place where they can attain the dignity that they feel that in their home countries they lack. And while Uruguay is certainly a country that exports wheat, soy, corn, it is part of our essence. We are an agro-exporter. And in the short term, those rising prices lead to a windfall for us. But the fact is, what Harold has suggested here in terms of the rising prices of fertilizers, of the raw materials, is also something that shakes up our economic thinking. Because it's also not clear how long commodities will continue to be at the prices we're seeing today. I mean, I don't want to bore anyone, but those of you who might remember this might remember in economics the Phillips curve. And, you know, when there's a sudden uptick in inflation, you know, we can see that these types of things will occur. I mean, it's not straightforward. When commodities rise incrementally, the reaction is different. Obviously, we're seeing financial movements internationally and a depreciation that's around 8 to 12%. Now, if I translate that into more straightforward language, what we're seeing is tremendous volatility, huge volatility, and it's impossible, therefore, to make a forecast. And so, therefore, the smartest thing that we can do is a continent is to create a food security mechanism. Chile was speaking quite clearly about hemisphere-wide coordination. Yes, indeed, but we are very far from it. Sometimes we have trouble coordinating at the sub-regional level. Imagine trying to coordinate region or hemisphere wide. But it is fundamental if we seek to attain food security. Something as simple and as obvious as that. Quite honestly, the question of putting together worldwide or global food value chains is important. It's crucial. But honestly, we need to do this first within our own region. And when and if we are able to do that, we'll be in much better stead. Because going back to what I was saying about migration, it is true. This continent is able to feed not only its own people, but a significant portion of the planet as well. And maybe we can't do that because of logistics, management, visions, and I think that that is what we need to overcome, to look at this from another perspective. And so I do believe that the topic is a welcome one. I thank Harold for introducing it because fertilizers lead us to the question of food chains, and that brings us into the economic reality of foodstuffs, and it brings us to the future of our continent. All of these things are intertwined, and therefore I think it is a tremendous contribution by our dear friend Ambassador Fortroy. Thank you.
Remind delegations of the time frame, the time allotted for presentations, and we will need to stick to it or else we will be going on. We are halfway through our agenda and we will be having the rest of the meeting without interpretation. I don't think we need that. So we shall proceed, bearing in mind that we have a time limit for our presentations. I now give the floor to the DR. No, to Guatemala. My apologies, Guatemala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Guatemala would like to thank the Permanent Mission of Peru for raising an issue of the utmost relevance here in the Council and to submit the draft resolution on the crisis on fertilizer and its impact on the development of sustainable agri-food systems in the region. My country has co-sponsored this resolution, sounding a voice of alarm because of the increasing prices of fertilizers, provoking food scarcity in the region with a negative impact on families in vulnerable situations. In addition, my delegation values the participation in this council of Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute on for Cooperation on Agriculture, and also grateful for his enlightening presentation on the topic at hand. And also, we're pleased with the repeated commitment of the ICA to work with the region through dialogue and different instruments or tools that it's shared with us, and highlighting the importance of the agricultural sector for social peace and for politics and political peace. The heightened prices of agricultural inputs globally has a direct repercussion on the prices of raw materials as well as the costs of production and marketing, particularly oil, fertilizer, energy, and transportation, which has negative impact on small producers of food as well as the end users, driving up prices and changing expectations as per price and profitability of agricultural products. According to data from the series of imports of fertilizers kept by the Bank of Guatemala, the 7 products that are with the highest volume of imports in 2021 were urea, ammonium sulfate, potassium chloride, ammonium nitrate, mineral or chemical fertilizer with the elements of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and other potassium and phosphate-based fertilizers. These 5 categories of fertilizer have been very hard hit by the increase in prices of imports because of the COVID-19 pandemic. 6 of these have seen price increases from March 2020 to December 2021 of 125%. In addition, agricultural production and food supply is at risk because of the direct impact of the rising prices of raw materials for fertilizer. For these are basic inputs to ensure levels of productivity and quality in most food products. This situation can lead producers to decide to diminish the amount of fertilizer they use or to replace fertilizer by one which is less concentrated, less efficient, or they might simply stop growing their crops, which would be extreme in the case of those who have smaller scale land because they are more vulnerable to food insecurity. In light of the foregoing, we recognize the importance of keeping open and connected the different value chains so that the international markets can operate, supporting the movement of products, agricultural products, and inputs, which play a key role to forestall food scarcity and to thereby attain food and nutrition security as established in the resolution approved at the General Assembly, Challenges to Food and Nutrition Security in the Americas in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, this in the context of the 2019 Guatemala Action Plan. Madam Chair, the prices of fertilizers depend directly on the prices of imports, trade policy, the structure of the domestic market, and the transaction costs or costs for internalizing or importing these products. Thus, producers are being hard hit by the crisis in fertilizer prices and consequently the end user of agricultural products as well. In the face of this situation, it's necessary to turn to a consistent solution so as to support the farmers of the region, facilitating purchase of fertilizer, setting in motion cooperation plans between or among the member states or between the member states and international organizations that would allow for adequate access to fertilizer so as to guarantee the work of fertilizing crops. It's also necessary to keep trade open and to maintain transparency of the market in order to meet current demand. We also should pool efforts to support the poorest consumers, for the increase in fertilizer prices may mean a diminution in the quantity and quality of food consumed, and thus provoke higher levels of hunger and malnutrition, creating a vicious cycle of food insecurity and poverty. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The Dominican Republic, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The delegation of the Dominican Republic would like to thank the ambassador and good friend, Harold Forsyth, permanent representative of Peru, for having raised this issue. As the days go by, it is ever more relevant and worrisome for the hemisphere and for the whole world. We'd also like to express gratitude for the valuable presentation made by Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. Due to the increase in fertilizer prices in the international market, well, this is a situation that is of the utmost concern to our countries. It is an ever more serious threat to food security worldwide, affecting mainly families in poverty and extreme poverty in our countries. The increased price of fertilizer as potential scarcity are a matter of priority interest for our organization. Also, the decision to monitor this issue together with the Inter-American Institute with the involvement of the IICA, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. The situation requires coordinated and concrete actions by our countries and by the entire international community, to which end the Dominican Republic offers its full cooperation, and it offers to work in coordination in the context of our organization and other specialized forums, such as the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture and the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, our delegation will continue providing due attention to this issue as it evolves and will seek to coordinate measures and actions that could contribute to eliminating the threat of rising fertilizer prices and the impact on food prices in our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the Director General of the IACA, and I am grateful for his participation. For Mexico, achieving food self-sufficiency requires transforming agricultural systems, ensuring that they are sustainable, inclusive, and resilient, and that they make possible better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and in general, a better life. The objectives of the government of Mexico for achieving self-sufficiency, food self-sufficiency, include going back to the countryside, considering agriculture as an essential and key link in the food system that requires not only sustainability of natural resources, but also that one keep at the center and as a priority, social development with an inclusive approach and a gender perspective that makes it possible to resolve unresolved social problems and to go forward in carrying out multilateral commitments such as the 2030 Agenda. Mexico has joined in supporting this resolution because it shares the concern that Peru has brought before this Permanent Council, which is to say that we need to take regional actions that keep rising fertilizer prices having a negative impact on the food security of our peoples. Understanding this not only as striking a balance between availability of food and demand for energy, but also in terms of food self-sufficiency that would make it possible to increase food production at a pace greater than the population growth. And so we need to ensure access to fertilizer, preserving the environment and the health of our population. The government of Mexico is carrying out a powerful program to provide excellent quality fertilizer at accessible prices to farmers, particularly to those who have the least. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, we'd like to thank the Mission of Peru for putting forward this resolution. Since Ambassador Harold Forsyth put forward this initiative, our mission under our Representative Hector Arce showed our interest in supporting it because of its relevance and importance for all the states of the hemisphere. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, has said that the increase has noted that price food increases were on average 159% in March, which accounted for 12.6% more, well, was 12.6% more than in February. It's the highest figure in recent years, even greater than at the time of the global financial crisis in 2008. The war between Ukraine and Russia, which began 24 February, and the sanctions imposed on Russia have led to a 16.1% price increase in cereal grains, including barley, corn, and others. And these two countries account for a very large percentage of world food, wheat exports. Today, between 1/3 and 1/2 of all food production for all of humankind depend directly on the use of hydrogenated fertilizers. Russia represents 15% of global production of nitrogen-based fertilizer and 18% of world trade in potassium-based fertilizer. The lack of or shortage of such fertilizers could translate into rising food prices with unpredictable consequences. No doubt these data are alarming, and as a multilateral organization, it is our duty to support the resolution that was adopted today, especially to ensure the food sovereignty for our peoples and to carry out the 2030 agenda of ECLAC, which includes SDG 2, zero hunger among sustainable development goals. That's to put an end to hunger and promote food security and improve nutrition. For our part, in Bolivia, we adopted a supreme decree this year, which temporarily brings tariffs to 0% for importing certain products. This is a benefit to the agricultural producers to guarantee access to fertilizer and other agrochemical inputs at a lower price, and so foster agricultural production and favor stability of those goods that are massively consumed in the markets. Bolivia has taken major steps to add value added to its natural resources. We have industrialized natural gas so as to produce urea. We have we have also been producing potassium fluoride. These are two of the fertilizers most widely used in the world. This is part of a state policy to give impetus to Bolivian agriculture. All these fertilizers have differentiated prices at a better cost for our Bolivian producers. Now, this measure is adopted precisely to reduce production costs so as to avoid price increases, a situation which would have a directly negative impact on Bolivian families. In addition, the production of urea has been on the rise since the reactivation of the ammonia and urea plant in September 2021, after it had come to a standstill and was very negatively impacted by the de facto government during the 2020 coup d'etat. In addition, as part of an integral strategy seeking to step up fertilizer output in the country, a second urea plant is to be built and a multi-nutrient fertilizer plant as well. Fortunately, Bolivia has been capable of cushioning the effects of the war thanks to our vision whereby we want to replace imports, and today we have one of the lowest such rates in the region. This reflects the success of our productive social and economic model headed up by our President, Luis Arce. Thank you very much.
Approved resolution will reflect the footnote as presented by the United States. The next item on the agenda corresponds to the consideration of the draft declaration condemnation of the assassination of Paraguayan prosecutor Marcelo Pecci, in accordance with the request made by the Permanent Mission of Peru in his capacity as coordinator of the South American Regional Group, as contained in document CP/Doc 5782/22. In this regard, I am pleased to offer the floor to the permanent representative of Peru to present the draft declaration. Ambassador Forsyth, you have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You had a great sense of timing and very much on point in asking for a moment of silence at the outset of this session of the Permanent Council. We have all felt the horrendous assassination of the prosecutor, Marcelo Pecci, in Colombia, precisely as he was having a few days of vacation with his wife. What can happen to unleash such a monstrous, unnameable event? A young prosecutor dedicated to fighting organized crime which affects us all. Money laundering, drug trafficking, cyber crimes, attacks on intellectual property, so as to not mention something which in one way or another affects all the member states, which is what is called human trafficking. The prosecutor was a true example for us all. We are grieving his death, and he also makes us more committed. It is simply not possible for a person, a professional, who is dedicated to fighting organized crime, the scourge, would lose his life in this way. And we certainly express our condolences to his family members and friends, to the community of Paraguayan professionals that are focused on this issue and on upholding justice and the rule of law. And at the same time, our condolences to the dear people of Paraguay and certainly their president, Mario Abdo Benitez. As you has indicated, the South American group has presented a draft resolution that it might somehow be a palliative to the pain of Paraguay in the face of this tragedy. But it is important that we state for the record our commitment and our sentiments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colombia values the reaction of the Permanent Council, unquestionably condemning the lamentable attack in which the Paraguayan prosecutor Marcelo Pecci lost his life. He was a specialized agent against organized crime. From the first moment, the government of Colombia has expressed its condolences to his family, particularly his wife, and its solidarity with Paraguay in the face of this reputable crime. President Iván Duque has been on top of the situation, and he has been in constant contact with his Paraguayan counterpart, Mario Abdo Benitez, so as to assist in the investigations and detain the persons responsible. By instruction of President Duque, the director of the National Police, General Jorge Luis Vargas, is heading up the investigation with specialized members of that institution so as to provide full assistance and to support and accompany the Paraguayan officials to determine the motives and perpetrators of this crime. This condemnable act reminds us that organized crime, transnational organized crime, is one of the most serious threats to the security of the states of the hemisphere. And it is an attack on the state institutions, generating harmful impacts on our societies. The authorities of Colombia will not rest until the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors are placed behind bars. We highly value international law enforcement cooperation with all other relevant actors, authorities in this respect. If transnational crime quickly adapts and finds new ways of breaking the law and continuing to have such a negative impact on our societies with its illegal activities, we cannot just talk. It is urgent that, among other actions, the states on an ongoing basis renew their political will to implement mechanisms of cooperation, to step up sharing of information and intelligence, and to make optimal use of coordinated action among judicial officers. Colombia is the country that has paid the highest price in fighting transnational crime, with the lives and of so many officials, as well as members of the military and the police forces. We can only agree with what the group of experts for the control of money laundering has said today, repeating the appeal regarding the pressing need to include on national agendas actions to neutralize attacks on government officials in charge of preventing and fighting the different structures of transnational organized crime. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. México se une a las voces de rechazo y condena de la
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mexico joins the voices rejecting the lamentable assassination of Paraguayan prosecutor Marcelo Pecci, who, because of his work in fighting corruption, money laundering, and drug trafficking, became a key official of the prosecutorial agency of Paraguay. As president of the group of experts the group of experts against money laundering of the OAS, which today ends its 55th session, Mexico presented to the group for its consideration a statement, the contents of which I will now read out. The group of experts to control money laundering of the OAS denounces, condemns, repudiates, and expresses its profound regrets at the assassination of the prosecutor delegate of the Specialized Unit Against Organized Crime of Paraguay, Marcelo Pecci, which occurred on 10 May 2022. He stood out in his tireless fight against money laundering and transnational organized crime. At the same time, the group expresses its profound concern because of the criminal aggression against government officials in charge of preventing and fighting the different expressions and structures of transnational organized crime. Accordingly, the HELAVEX, the group, reiterates that the call to alert expressed by this group of experts at its 36th meeting held in May of 2013 regarding the urgent need to include in national agendas actions to neutralize attacks on officials in charge of law enforcement, calling for application of recommendations to ensure the security and integrity of officials engaged in fighting money laundering crimes and related crimes. This is document 8/15, approved by the HELAVEX during its 41st meeting in October of 2015. Finally, that same group of experts on money laundering expresses its condolences to Mr. Pecci's wife, family members, friends, and colleagues. This draft declaration is being submitted by Mexico as chair and the consideration of the different experts of the group at the meeting, which is to be held today, continuing the work we began yesterday. And we certainly hope that all of the delegations to the group will adopt it by consensus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. The United States condemns the assassination of Paraguay prosecutor Marcelo Pecci in Colombia last week. His work fighting organized crime stands as an example to us all, especially his efforts to bring to justice those who engaged in money laundering, drug trafficking, and corruption. Our deepest condolences to the wife, family, and colleagues of prosecutor Marcelo Pecci. We recognize and value his commitment, professionalism, and dedication against organized crime. We will honor his memory by continuing his fight. We call on a thorough investigation of this murder and an effort bringing to justice those responsible. We reaffirm our commitment and determination to work with the Paraguayan authorities and all the countries of the continent in the fight against organized crime. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Panama, you have the floor. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I take the floor on behalf of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, all of which are member countries of the Central American Integration System, SICA, to state our absolute condemnation of the lamentable assassination of Paraguayan prosecutor Marcelo Pecci. From the Central America Integration System group, we accompany the wife, family, and people of Paraguay in this very painful moment, and we extend our most sincere condolences. This atrocious crime calls us once again to reflect on the security threats that the region faces. Organized crime has taken root in our countries, generating violence, grief, and pain, and turning this hemisphere into the most violent region of the world with the highest rate of intentional homicides in areas where there's no armed conflict. This is why, on behalf of the countries that make up the SICA, we appeal to all to continue working to prevent and fight transnational organized crime, which through its different expressions continues to cause instability and fear and anxiety in our region. We also support this declaration, and Don Raul, through you, please, our condolences to the government, to people, and family of the prosecutor.
To join our voice with others this morning to say how much we wish to express our condolences to the family, the government, and the people of Paraguay on the assassination of Marcelo Pecci. Canada strongly supports the declaration that was presented by the delegation of Peru. Canada condemns the heinous crime that was committed, and we will continue to work closely with international partners to prevent such incidents. We remain committed to combating and preventing organized crime in the region and firmly reject any form of attack, intimidation, or threat to judicial agents or to their work. Canada urges all members of the OAS and the inter-American system to continue their fight against organized crime and their fight for a safer, more prosperous, and stable region. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As a member of the Southern Region Group, we are pleased to support this very important declaration condemning the assassination of the prosecutor of Paraguay, Marcelo Pecci. We note with regret his passing and note the declaration of the Ministers of the Interior, Justice and Public Security of Mercosur of May 11th on this topic. We also extend our greatest condolences to the people of Paraguay and to the family of Marcelo Pecci, and ratify our commitment to continue to combat organized crime in the Americas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago joins with other delegations in our condemnation of this vile assassination of the distinguished Paraguayan prosecutor Marcelo Pecci, engaged at the time in the conduct of his responsibility, as we together cooperate and extend all effort to address the threat posed to our respective jurisdictions and our region by transnational organized crime. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, this delegation is also grateful to the delegation of Peru and the other members of the South American Regional Group who have presented this draft declaration, and to hereby express our full support for its adoption. We note as well and extend particularly to the people and government of Paraguay, to the delegation of Paraguay, and most importantly, to the family of this distinguished public servant, Marcelo Pecci, who has lost his life at the hands of those who we must come together to deter, to prevent, and prosecute. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago recognizes as well its responsibility in its chairmanship of this organization's Committee on Hemispheric Security to continue to collaborate with all member states as we seek to advance our efforts to address the threats posed to transnational organized crime. And I close, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, by again reiterating our support and our solidarity with the people and government of Paraguay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trinidad. Mr. Tari, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Very briefly, I would like to once again express our condemnation as a result of this horrendous assassination of Prosecutor Becci. Ambassador Forsyth of the South American group has noted our regret, and we want to highlight how awful this tragedy is. This is a reality on our continent, and it is a result of the struggle against drug trafficking. This is not just an anecdote. It is not a matter of happenstance. It is not something that is unrelated to what is going on across our region. One of the primary concerns we must have is to continue to struggle against drug trafficking and organized crime and all of its ramifications in the region. And Marcelo Becci has given his life to that fight, and we recognize his sacrifice. Marcelo Becci had just been married. He was to be a father when he was assassinated in a gunfight. It is a vile murder. We are here today to come together to recognize his country, his family, his colleagues. And his assassination is a painful reminder that a country in the Americas that has made tremendous progress in recent years against violence and organized crime is suffering again from this scourge. We must, as states that respect the rule of law and public order, continue to act decisively in favor of peace and democracy. The prosecutor specialized in cases involving organized crimes, drug trafficking, money laundering, and financing of terrorism. These are the primary responsibilities and the primary challenges that the Office of the Public Prosecutor of Paraguay confronts today. Organized crime, drug trafficking, money, terrorism, and financing are those key words. The investigations that he was involved in involved over 60 different drug trafficking organizations, domestic and internationally. And we've seen, of course, this huge uptick in violence and crime and violent crime over the last 50 years in the region. In 2021, 50 of the most violent cities in the world. Of those 50, 46 are located in the Americas, 38 in Latin America, and we've seen some 5 million homicides per year as of 2020. It is indeed sad that the Americas is the most violent region in the world. Most of these crimes can be attributed to organized crimes and the drug cartel, illegal mining, human trafficking, and criminal industries that take advantage of the corruption and the economies in our countries. To combat this, we need strong infrastructure and a reduction in poverty to ensure that we are able to grapple with the challenges and ensure the rule of law. Today, we express our solidarity with Paraguay and with Marcelo Becci, with his family, but also to the thousands of prosecutors and judges who work silently day by day to ensure that justice is done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I ask if the Permanent Council may adopt the draft declaration presented by the delegation of Peru. There will be no objection. The draft declaration, condemnation of the assassination of the Paraguayan prosecutor Marcelo Becci is approved. Approved. Colleagues, also I need to bring your attention that we have 50 minutes left with interpretation. And Paraguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following the approval of this text on behalf of the Republic of Paraguay, I would like to thank you for your consideration of this draft declaration, condemnation of the assassination of Paraguayan prosecutor Marcelo Pecci, and for including it on the agenda today. Its inclusion expresses the true sense of solidarity among the members of the organization and brings special meaning to the recognition of the Southern Group that has sought to bring this topic to the table. As a result of this mafia, we've seen the paradise of the beaches of the Caribbean become a terrible place for an entire family, and that a honeymoon has been converted into a situation of tremendous sadness for millions of Paraguayans. I'd like to thank the group of experts, Halivax, and the others who have supported this declaration read by the distinguished ambassador of Mexico. Marcelo Pecci Albertini had a vast amount of experience as a prosecutor in the Office of the Public Public Prosecutor of Paraguay. He joined the institution in the year 2000, 2009. He became a frontline prosecutor where he stood out as a result of his honesty and his bravery, as well as his capability in grappling with drug trafficking and organized crime. The government of Paraguay is deeply committed to bringing to justice the perpetrators of this horrendous crime, working with state actors and others in the investigations across the region, working hand in hand with the governments of the Republic of Colombia and of the United States. The Vice President of Colombia will have meetings tomorrow in Paraguay, appointments precisely to address this topic. Let us not forget that organized crime is a transnational phenomena. It goes beyond our local jurisdictions. We have no chance of success unless we work together in regional coordination. It is also an ongoing effort. For example, yesterday, there was also an attack in a city close to the border against a mayor, and that mayor is in delicate condition, and we hope that he will recover from that attack. Madam Chair, despite the pain caused by this attack against Prosecutor Pecci and the indignation of the people of Paraguay and that of other countries, our investigations continue to move forward, and Paraguay continues committed to recognizing Marcelo. They may have done away with him, but they will not be able to do away with our commitment to fighting corruption and crime. On a more personal note, I would like to note that since I've had the opportunity to speak today, Marcelo Pecci graduated as an attorney at law in 2012. I also graduated from that same school that same year. So on behalf of all of his classmates, I would like to note the tremendous pride that we all feel in having been his classmate. He has always encouraged us to be more honest, more fruitful, more productive, to be better patriots. Despite this tragedy, we will continue to strive to those lofty goals that he inspired in us. Thank you.
Colleagues, we have 45 minutes left of interpretation time, and we will proceed with item 7, trying to make it. So we will proceed to the approval of the draft resolution, finalization of the Enterprise Resource Planning (ERP) Technology Project, ERP OAS Core, Business Modernization Program against the Technology Fund, contained in document CP/Doc 5781/22,
as presented by the Chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs. If there are no objections, it is approved. We will come back to item 6. I did. Bahamas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you onto the Chair of CAP and the General Secretariat, namely the Secretariat for Administration and Finance, my delegation tenders the following observations. The Enterprise Resource Planning Project should be pursued as a foundational business operations and management enhancements project versus being treated solely as an information technology project. Any reformulation or fractionation of this project should ensure that the operational practices mitigates against over-reliance and dependency on the ERP and its automations, whereas the system and software should not be adopted as the panacea of sorts. Further, it is respectfully advised that consideration be afforded to procuring the services of an independent ERP technical expert, not to supplant the project manager, but simply as a part and parcel of a qualified checks and balances system. Moreover, it may be worthy of consideration to reactivate and or integrate the IT Governance Committee. After all, the cited committee was established by Executive Order number 17-02 dated April 6, 2017 as a result of mandates emanating from 2 consecutive Board of External Auditors reports. Notably, redefinition of the OAS Enterprise Resource Planning System, the Oracle Business Suite upgrade, is specifically cited in the Executive Order as an objective of the IT Governance Committee. Madam Chair, this delegation anticipates that any reformulation of this project should give focus to 1. The development or derivation of a comprehensive end-to-end business process management framework. 2. An ERP change management plan should be formulated. 3. And more importantly, an endeavor of this scale should insist on independent project auditing with benchmark reporting and value stream mapping. Madam Chair and colleagues, it should behoove us to accept that in 2022, this organization continues to operate with an archaic and prehistoric IT system on top of and in addition to being undergirded by a contrived accounting system through the practice of accounting and reporting on a modified cash basis. In this context, modified is code for ad hoc and patchwork. My delegation therefore underscores the critical requirement for the ERP to enable full compliance with international public sector accounting standards, IPSAS, not IPSAS-like, not IPSAS-light, and certainly not a close cousin to IPSAS. We therefore beseech all concerned, no excuses and no further delays. Madam Chair, my delegation will continue its outreach to SAF and pledges its support through the mechanisms of the CAP. Colleagues, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bahamas. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Era solo...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that we had skipped item 6, which is a proposal made by Mexico.
Thanks for your observation. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. The United States has closely tracked the ERP project since its inception in 2018 and has remained engaged on the issue as it has evolved to this point. After careful consideration, including discussions with member states and sustained engagement with the General Secretariat, the United States supports the resolution presented today regarding the next steps with the OAS Core ERP Enterprise Platform upgrade. In supporting this resolution with additional time for implementation, the United States expects full transparency, accountability, and deliberate and expeditious action on the part of the Secretariat with regard to the efforts outlined in the document. I want to note that the United States will remain engaged on OAS core ERP efforts and urge all other member states to do the same. Lastly, we would ask the Secretariat for timely and regular updates as we move forward and begin to make progress with an implementation plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Yoasin. Sorry. The next item on the agenda is consideration of the recommendation of the Committee on Inter-American Summits Management and Civil Society Participation in OAS activities regarding the request of 6 civil society organizations to participate in the activities of the organization, in accordance with the request made by the Chair of the CISC in Note CP/INF 9373/22. In this regard, I am pleased to offer the floor to the delegation of the United States of America as Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for my request, and I will try to move through this text as expeditiously as possible, but note that it might require a little bit of patience on the part of my colleagues. Again, thank you for including this request issued as document CP/INF 9373/22 on the order of business of this regular meeting of the Permanent Council. Esteemed colleagues, in my capacity as Chair of the Committee on Inter-American Summits Management and Civil Society Participation in OAS activities, and in compliance with Article 32 of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council, I am pleased to present the report CP/CISC 1050/22. Recommendation of the Committee on Inter-American Summits Management and Civil Society Participation in OAS activities to the Permanent Council regarding the requests of 6 civil society organizations to participate in activities of the organization. At the meeting of the Committee on Inter-American Summits Management and Civil Society Participation in OAS activities, CISC, held on May 10th, 2022, the CISC, or the CISC, after listening to the report of Ms. Paulina Corominas, Coordinator of Civil Society Relations at the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity, and pursuant to the provisions contained in Resolution CP/Res 759-1217/99, decided to recommend that the Permanent Council consider approving and accepting the participation of the following 6 civil society organizations of the organization from the following OAS member states: Argentina, CP/CISC 1041/22, Instituto de Estudios Estratégicos en Seguridad. Colombia, number 2, CP/CISC 1042/22, Fundación Derechos y Justicia Asociados. Number 3, Ecuador, CP/CISC 1037/22, Fundación Haciendo Ecuador. Number 4, the United States, CP/CISC 1039/22, Hondurans Against AIDS. Number 5, CP/CISC.
Excuse me, United States, we have a point of order from Mexico.
Madam Chair, I would like to just reiterate the importance that we address item 6 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. It is our intention to address item 6. We are going to come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me return to the list of civil society organizations approved for participation. Number 5, CP/CISC 1040/22, Concerned Women for America. Number 6, Uruguay, CP/CISC 1038/22, Mujer y Salud en Uruguay. Chair, in conclusion, I am pleased to present to the plenary the 6 applications for approval. In the interest of time, I would simply like to thank the delegations, the CISC Secretariat, and the General Secretariat for their support in enabling us to fulfill the tasks entrusted to us. We propose to approve these applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, for the presentation. If there are no objections, the Chair suggests that the Permanent Council accept the recommendation made by the CISC as contained in document CP/1050/22-1 and approve the participation of the 6 civil society organizations listed therein. Likewise, to instruct the General Secretariat to ensure that said organizations are duly registered in the OAS registry. If there are no objections, it is so decided. Colleagues, we move on to our next agenda item. On May 17, 1972, Italy became an observer to the OAS and since then has demonstrated its commitment towards achieving cooperation, solidarity, and forging joint solutions among member states. Italy's historical ties with our region, in concert with its earnest belief in the value of multilateralism and international cooperation, make it an invaluable strategic partner of the Americas and the OAS. On behalf of the Permanent Council, I would like to place on record our appreciation to the government and people of Italy for their support of the organization's 4 main pillars: democracy, human rights, security, and development over these 50 years. I am now pleased to offer the floor to the Permanent Observer of Italy to the OAS. Ambassador De Santi, you have the floor, sir.
Su Eccellenza Elizabeth Darius Clark, Presidenta del Consejo Permanente.
Your Excellency, Chair of the Permanent Commission, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, dear colleagues, fellow ambassadors, it is a particular pleasure for me to take the floor today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the admission of Italy as a permanent observer of the OAS. As a founding member of the European Union,
I don't know what he said.
Because of Mexico's call of point of order. Es que se ha saltado el punto 6 que México había.
You skipped item 6, which Mexico had said you would address.
Number 6 of the agenda.
Oh, I thought that was resolved because we were coming back to item 6. We did not leave it out of the agenda. We are coming back to it.
I understood, but what's the reason?
We were trying to get items, especially Italy. Oh, sorry, I have an echo. We were trying to get items in during the time that we had interpretation, and now we have asked for an extension. So that was the reason. Does that reason satisfy you? So can we proceed with Italy? Can we proceed with Italy?
Okay, my apologies, Italy. Can you proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a founding member of the European Union, Italy has always been faithful to multilateralism as the best instrument for peace, stability, growth, and progress in Europe and beyond. History has shown us from time to time that multilateral challenges require multilateral responses, as we've all experienced with the COVID-19 pandemic and more recently with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, which this organization has also condemned, and it has been part of the global solidarity for Ukraine, the objective being to put an end to the conflict and to establish the conditions for peace. In addition, history has taught us that the Americas are our natural and strategic partner with shared values and interests, as well as great affinity as between our peoples generation after generation. As I've said in this council on many occasions, our relationship with the Americas is always central in our foreign policy. Last year, for example, we coordinated most intensely with the countries of the Americas to define the priorities of our G20 presidency, focused on post-pandemic recovery under the topic of people, planet, prosperity. And we did the same for our co-chairing of the COP26, the aim being to go forward, to move the climate agenda forward. Also, every 2 years, Italy organizes the Italy, Latin America, and Caribbean Conference, most recently in October of last year, to establish a common agenda that becomes a roadmap for the future of our relationship, so as to produce together concrete results to benefit our peoples. That conference has become a model for the European Union in its dialogue with the Americas, which Italy firmly supports, highlighting a sense of urgency in terms of the need to revitalize the intra-regional dialogue between the European Union and the Americas, focused on a positive agenda that keeps our interests and common priorities at the center.
Observer has always been based, back in 1972 and to this day, on our strongest investment in multilateralism, recognizing also the fact that the OAS is the oldest regional multilateral organization in the world. The Western Hemisphere is our natural and strategic partner, and moreover, Italy and the Americas are linked by a common history and our shared values of freedom, democracy, and the respect of human rights, which have enabled our societies to grow and flourish throughout the years, and which are also the key pillars of this organization. Our joint vision for a peaceful and prosperous world is a bedrock we must build upon to foster and develop our relations to the fullest. And so we cherish the dialogue we have established and strengthened over the years, be it collectively in this permanent council, or with each one of the member states, or with the secretariat in its various departments. It was also quite an accomplishment to institutionalize this exchange in regular dialogues between member states and observer countries, as established with Permanent Council Resolution 1112 of 2018, in collaboration with France and Spain, and with the support of all of you in this council. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of the dialogue to set our common priorities, but also as a means to program and plan our activities. And I'm referring, of course, to the many programs and projects we support in a variety of sectors, such as electoral missions, human rights, gender equality, women's empowerment, governance, justice, anti-corruption, police cooperation, demining, drug rehabilitation, disaster risk reduction, peace and security, among others. Therefore, today is also an occasion for us to renew our commitment to the multilateral cooperation with the Americas in the House of the Americas and across the 4 pillars of the organization: human rights, democracy, security, and development. Our commitment is, of course, unwavering. Allow me, on a more personal note, to thank the leadership of the Secretariat, the permanent representatives, as well as the permanent observers, for their constant cooperation and desire to strengthen our collaborations. After 3 years of assignment here in the OAS, I will be concluding my posting and leaving in just a couple of months, and I would therefore like to thank you most sincerely for the professional relations and for the personal friendships that have flourished over the years, which I will always cherish. In the last period of one's posting, time seems to accelerate, so I didn't want to pass up also an opportunity to recognize all your support and consideration, my dear friends and colleagues. It has been a pleasure and honor to serve my country in the OAS. To conclude on this special occasion of the 50th anniversary of Italy as a permanent member, allow me two final words in Italian which require no interpretation at all. Viva le Americhe, viva l'Italia. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador De Santi, for your comments. And on behalf of my colleagues, I also wish you all the best as you leave us. But now I offer the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups and to delegations, as I respectfully ask comments to be kept brief. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm honored to take the floor once again on behalf of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, member countries of the Central American Integration System, SICA, to commemorate together with the permanent mission of Italy and its ambassador, Simone Di Santi, its 50th anniversary as a permanent observer to the OAS. Since Italy's incorporation in 1972 as a permanent observer, Italy showed its undeniable commitment to the four pillars of the organization: democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security, actively contributing through technical cooperation and specific financing in any number of programs and projects. Italy, with this support, shows its strong belief in multilateralism and also recognizes its proximity to the Americas. And as of post-World War II, significant Italian migration came. More than 60 million people live in the hemisphere who are of Italian origin. From the perspective of the SICA, Italy has always been a major partner since its joining and also as an extra-regional observer as of 2009. Italy has maintained a consolidated relationship with the SICA sub-region, working in a collaborative manner in matters of mutual interest. The establishment of the SICA Italy Forum for Conversation of Issues of Mutual Interest has been key in relaunching Italy's relationship with Central American nations. Areas of exploration were explored, such as support in strengthening for SMEs, which represent more than 97% of the total entrepreneurs in the region and are a weapon for attacking many of the causes of exclusion, inequality, and gender violence that our countries face, as well as the fight against organized crime and drug trafficking. We're also grateful for efforts made through the Italo Latin American International Organization, which from the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic has worked to promote a sharing of experiences and good practices between Italy and the countries of Latin America in organizing the virtual conference exchange of experiences in containing and managing COVID-19 between Italy and the Central American Integration System, with the aim of contributing with technical support to designing the plan for recovery and resilience of the SICA region in the context of the European Euro-Social Program. Finally, on behalf of the countries of the Central American Integration System, we'd like to highlight the extraordinary work by Ambassador Di Santi. He came in 2019 with a long record in diplomacy, and he has, with decision, given promotion to initiatives to contribute to peace, democracy, and human rights in the Americas. We salute the observer mission of Italy to the OAS, and we express our wishes for many more years of cooperation to the benefit of all. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Panama, we give the floor to Belize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 14 member states of CARICOM are pleased to recognize the commitment of Italy to the OAS on this, its 50th anniversary of being a permanent observer to our organization. We congratulate Italy for achieving this milestone. Italy has been a permanent observer country of the OAS since May 17, 1972, 1 year after the permanent observer status in the OAS was created. And since then, Italy has been an active supporter in all the various projects of the OAS that we've heard. We note with appreciation the most recent progress reports on Italy's active role as a permanent observer. Italy's contributions to the various programs, including promoting democracy, human rights, security, and development, is an important reflection of Italy's positive contributions to the effort to promote global peace and prosperity. Chair, Italy has had long-standing good relations with CARICOM and maintains significant links with our member states. Italy was one of the first countries to recognize the existential threat that climate change poses for vulnerable small island states. It has been a strong supporter of CARICOM's Climate Change Center, and back in 2016 signed a pact to help Caribbean countries mitigate the negative impact of climate change. Italy continues to strengthen its relationships with CARICOM members, focusing on other important areas such as disaster management, food security, poverty alleviation, renewable energy, education, sustainable tourism, sustainable agribusiness. So we very much value our relationship, and we sincerely thank Ambassador Simone De Santi and his government and the people of Italy for their support. We look forward to continuing this positive engagement as we devote to the development and the well-being of the people in this hemisphere. Ambassador, on a personal note, I have been here since June of last year, and I haven't had, most likely because of COVID, the opportunity to interact with you as much as I would have wanted to. But we, from Embassy of Belize from CARICOM, wish you all the best as you move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a real pleasure to have a chance to say a couple of words this morning to mark Italy's 50th anniversary as a permanent observer to the OAS. And I'll say a couple of words, not because there's not much more that could be said, but there's so many on the list that wish to speak this morning, and I think it'll be good to hear from them all. But let me start by saying that in that title, Permanent Observer, the word observer doesn't quite sufficiently capture the contributions of Italy, or indeed of some of the other permanent observers to this organization. We have seen, since I've been here, and I know long before that, the significant contributions that Italy has made to so many of our objectives in this organization and in the region. I could speak, for example, to Italy's ongoing contributions to the specific funds, particularly in support of the SIM, in support of DECO, in support of missions to strengthen democracy. And Ambassador, you spoke about your country's unwavering commitment to these issues and to this organization, and I think we have seen evidence of that certainly ever since your arrival. Canada certainly shares an abiding commitment with Italy to the promotion of international peace and security, multilateralism, the rules-based international order, democracy, human rights, and gender equality. And again, these are themes I know that many of us share in this organization. Those are delivered through human beings. And Ambassador, sorry to hear that you're leaving us in a couple of months. I hope we'll have an opportunity to say a goodbye a little bit more fulsomely and formally, but for this morning's purposes, let me just say thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your collaboration. Thank you for your support for this work and the support of your government as well. And let me wish you best of luck in the future. I will do my best with one word in Italian, which is congratulazioni. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Canada. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mexico affectionately congratulates Ambassador Simone Di Santi for the 50th anniversary of Italy's status as permanent observer at the OAS, which reflects its great commitment to the region and the principles and purposes established in the OAS Charter. The permanent observer countries of this organization have strong ties with our hemisphere and are engaged in cooperation actions that benefit our societies. We especially recognize the respectful and constructive dialogue that Italy maintains with all of the delegations, duly honoring its position as observer and enriching the debates with solid arguments. Mexico is the home of thousands and thousands of Italians going back decades. Ambassador DeSanti, Mexico and Italy share a profound past with any number of civilizing affinities, as well as a present of proximity, friendship, and cooperation reflected in the high level of political dialogue and in our agreement on the importance of the values of democracy, strengthening the rule of law, human rights, and international law. Mexico and Italy work closely together on issues of sustainable development and to confront challenges such as climate change, organized crime, illicit weapons trafficking, and the illegal trafficking in cultural goods, issues in respect of which I would like to reflect my government's gratitude for the constant restitution of various archaeological pieces that are considered part of Mexico's historical legacy or heritage, which are taken care of carefully by the group of Carabineros for protection of cultural goods and who are currently training many of our countries, member countries of the OAS. Our delegation recognizes the relevance of the Italo-Latin America Institute as a bridge which has made it possible to strengthen economic, social, scientific, technological, and cultural cooperation between Italy and Latin America, and which is also a reflection of your country's commitment to our region. Beyond mere cooperation, this institute has sustained a political and cultural dialogue with our countries, a horizontal one, which we recognize and for which we're thankful. We also are thankful for Italy's foreign policy, which has always been respectful and of and close to our region. Thank you so much, Ambassador DeSanti, for these first 5 decades, and many congratulations on these first 5 decades of Italy as permanent observer. Our delegation you can count on our delegation to continue strengthening the relationship and responsible multilateralism for the benefit of all persons. Thank you, Madam Chair. Viva la America, viva Italia. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ambassador DeSanti, I am pleased to take the floor to congratulate the Republic of Italy on these first 50 years as permanent observer to our organization. I have no doubt but that the work of the OAS in the member states has been strengthened in this period thanks to Italy's commitment to democracy, development, security, and human rights in this hemisphere. Colombia is grateful for the valuable participation and contribution of the observer states, as well as their unconditional commitment to our shared values. In the case of my country, Italy's cooperation has been fundamental for going forward in humanitarian mine removal operations, pursuing the policy of peace with legality and electoral transparency. Italy's support for the mine removal program has been crucial for transforming the lives of at least 100 victims of the scourge of anti-personnel mines in Colombia, in addition to their families, as well as nearly 200 indirect beneficiaries of the reparation and integral rehabilitation program. With Italy, we've been able to push forward initiatives for entrepreneurship in populations that are affected by high level of poverty, geographic isolation, and difficult access to any kind of regular assistance. With the donation of observers such as Italy, we've been able to pool efforts with the private sector, civil society, and local authorities to make effective reparation to the civilian victims of anti-personnel mines. Moreover, the political and financial support of Italy has been key for effectively implementing the mandate of the MAP OAS, which has become a key actor in peace building peace with legality in Colombia. In addition, Italy's contributions to strengthening democracy have been reflected not only in the political clarity of its messages, but also in the constant financial support it has provided for OAS election observation missions in Colombia. this at the invitation of the national government. I wish to highlight that on the bilateral level, cooperation between Italy and Colombia is one more proof of the close relationship of friendship and mutual interest, a relationship which is translated into specific projects to benefit local and sustainable development, consolidation of the peace, and establishing possibilities of integration for Venezuelan refugees and asylees. Finally, I reiterate the congratulations of Colombia for these 50 years, and we trust that the next 50 will be all the more productive. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. We wish to extend congratulations to Italy on 50 years of partnership with the OAS. Italy was one of the first permanent observers to the OAS and has remained an active participant in developments in the Western Hemisphere. Italy, of course, is an important ally, partner, and close friend of the United States. And Italy shares many common values with the OAS, especially on democracy and human rights. Italy's financial support to OAS programs, whether democracy or security related, have helped strengthen the institutions of the region. Italy also has a large diaspora throughout the Western Hemisphere and deep cultural ties with the region. We are very grateful for Italy's contributions to the region and look forward to maintaining a close relationship in advancing the objectives of the OAS. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Terry, you have the floor, sir.
Gracias, Presidente. Desde la misión.
Thank you, Chair. From the Venezuelan mission, we join the celebration of Italy's 50 years as a permanent observer to the OAS. As we have stated on several occasions, the permanent observers play an essential role in carrying out the activities of our organization. As the Ambassador of Canada said just a moment ago, the word observation is really an understatement in relation to the scope of activity of our distinguished friends who on a permanent basis accompany us in our pretty much day-to-day activity. In the case of Italy, as contributions to peace, citizen security, and in particular to democratic stability should be highlighted. In particular, the commitment of Italy's government to the functioning and operation of electoral observation missions. They've made significant financial contributions to a large number of such missions. Outside the scope of the OAS, the ties that join Italy and Venezuela are unbreakable and long-standing. If it would take way too long to list all of those ties and everything Italy means for us, suffice it to recall that the name of Venezuela itself comes from the Italian language, and this at the initiative of Americo Vespucci, Italian navigator. Ambassador Dusanti, I want to congratulate you for your 3 years as ambassador here and the permanent observer post to the OAS and Italy with these 50 years of constant support for our hemisphere. Well, we note this, and I wish you the best of success personally at your next posting, which no doubt you'll be taking up in a couple of months, where you'll be assigned outside the scope of this organization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished permanent observer for the Italian Republic, in due course, both the General Assembly and this Permanent Council established the status of permanent observer to the organization. And then the door was open to promoting cooperative relationships with countries outside the Americas. This has been a happy circumstance, giving rise to non-member states being able to play a constructive role of solidarity with the inter-American system. That door was opened at the hands of the then Secretary General, Galo Plazas Lasso, and together with other leaders of the region, they welcome to open the doors of this House of the Americas, and they are the witnesses. And this includes what happened on 17 May 1972, when the Permanent Council approved the application by the government of Italy to accredit its first permanent observer to the OAS. Today, 50 years later, we mark half a century of a fruitful relationship, as has been highlighted by all who have spoken this morning, between the Inter-American system and the Italian Republic on very diverse and complementary subjects, many of which have already been mentioned: the work of mine removal, humanitarian mine removal in various places, the key contribution to election observer missions, but above all, I would say in Italy's adhering to key principles of freedom, democracy, human rights, and also the options for sharing experiences in addressing several areas which, over time, have become very relevant for our countries and in the relationship with Italy. Finally, we could say that cooperating with Italy has certainly cooperated with this organization across the board. In these years, the organization has seen times of greater or lesser activity or attention with joining efforts and on so many occasions when we have all come together, Italy has said present. And on this occasion, and here I echo the voice of those who've spoken before, this is an appropriate time to thank Italy for its essential contribution to the OAS. On behalf of the Permanent Mission of Ecuador, I congratulate the Italian Republic for these valuable 50 years, and I convey the best wishes of my country for a future of greater and more in-depth cooperation. So, muito auguri, Ambassador De Santi. May you continue to care for this relationship, bearing witness to the fact that being a permanent observer is very little to say for those countries who have properly attained this status, and this has been to the benefit of the organization, and all the member states have benefited from this relationship. Thank you so much.
Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I totally support what Maria Roquebert has said on behalf of the SICA group here at the OAS. We'd also like to join the celebration, speaking on our own behalf. Our country is so pleased to have Italy as a partner of the OAS, marking today 50 years of being right here, accompanying the member states in promoting and strengthening democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development, all of which are pillars of this organization. Costa Rica is thankful for Italy's active participation in developing programs and projects at the OAS, particularly to support election observation missions, strengthening the democratic institutional structure, women's leadership, program of judicial facilitators, development and professionalization of police, natural disasters, to name just a few of the areas of cooperation. Along these same lines, we highlight that it is an observer for the regional integral framework for solutions. This is an entity that works in favor of addressing the most immediate priorities of the states in relation to human mobility. We could not let the occasion go by without noting that this partnership also translates or finds expression at the bilateral level. As a result of the meeting between the foreign ministers in the context of the 10th Conference of Italy with Latin America and the Caribbean, this in October of 2021, the first meeting of political consultations was held in January of 2022. This strengthens a very important triad for our countries: political dialogue, international cooperation, and trade and investment. All of this in favor of sustainable, green, inclusive economic recovery with technological and digital transformation. Ambassador De Santi, on listening to your words as well, where you note that we soon have to that you will have to take leave of us, I would like to congratulate you because of the excellent work you have done heading up the permanent observer mission of Italy to the OAS. And I reiterate, you can count on Costa Rica as an ally to continue working together under the common guidance of guaranteeing more rights for more people and inclusion and a greener, more sustainable, more just, more equitable world, always putting people at the center of our priorities. Thank you very much.
You have the floor. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the support of the pro tempore chair of SICA and recognizing the remarks of the distinguished ambassador of Panama, Maria del Carmen Roquebert, would like, on behalf of my delegation, to take advantage of this opportunity to highlight the role of the permanent observers and our strategic allies here in this organization who strengthen it with such efforts in collaboration, cooperation, and solidarity, recognizing most especially today Italy as an outstanding example of that collaboration. In that regard, my delegation would like to recognize the work done precisely by Ambassador De Santis and his collaboration with the institutions that form part of the Inter-American system and this permanent council. The influence and the presence of the people of Italy is recognized here in the Americas, not just because of their impact culturally, artistically, and in terms of their gastronomy, but also as a trading partner and an important partner in multilateralism, highlighting particularly their collaboration in fostering access to foodstuffs and sustainable agri-food as proposed by Italy in the FAO in November 2020, and also moving forward at efforts at Hunger Zero as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, Guatemala wants to recognize the 4 strategic pillars that we have in the organization and how Italy has supported them over the years, often financially to contribute, for example, to our electoral observation missions and the promotion and defense of democracy across the region. Guatemala has benefited directly from these observer missions, and we can also see the tremendously important impact these programs and that of judicial facilitators has had on our countries. Also, Italy has been a key partner in promoting and encouraging the programs and policies including the struggle against organized transnational crime, law enforcement professionalization, demining, and citizen security. Let me recognize that this year a number of individuals from our national security system in Guatemala will be able to have access to training and as a result of Italian collaboration. Again, Italy has been a key strategic partner in strengthening resilience to natural disasters, both in the Caribbean as well as Central America. Madam Chair, today we celebrate these 50 years of Italy as a permanent observer of the organization, and we look forward to continuing to expand this relationship, to continue to work into the future working hand in hand to grapple with the existing challenges. Best of luck, Simone. Thank you.
The floor. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to add our voice to the congratulations to Italy on this occasion of the commemoration of its 50 years of membership as a permanent observer to the OAS. It is precisely this commitment of Italy, its values and principles of the organization and its solidarity with the member states at the toughest times that we recognize over the course of these 50 years. There have been numerous contributions to Italy to a number of countries, particularly my own, supporting electoral observer missions, the struggle against organized crime, public finance, initiatives in favor of women and vulnerable groups, among others. We recognize the outstanding role that Ambassador Simon DeSanti has played and the leadership within the organization among members seeking always to strengthen cooperation. Mr. Ambassador, please share with your colleagues and countrymen and women the profound gratitude of our government. We trust that this relationship will continue for many years into the future. Thank you.
Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I am particularly pleased to join in the recognition and the commemoration of the 50 years of the permanent mission of Italy as an observer to the OAS. Their contribution in the areas of electoral missions, peacekeeping, and the fight against crime, as has been noted, is significant. Ambassador DeSantis has always worked decisively in support of these topics. We are fully cognizant that Italy has an ability to share their experience, their expertise. There is so much for us to learn from Italy, and we have learned so much from them. It means a tremendous amount to us as a community, as a continent, whether it's Vivaldi, Galileo, Galilei. These are the ones that come to mind today. The phenomenal intellectual contribution that Italians have made is tremendous. Of course, many of us also have Italian heritage, and our own existence is thanks to that identity as well. So once again, let me thank Ambassador DeSanti for his ongoing and active role, and I trust that those who follow him, and if I may speak Italian,
veramente non lo so, ma vogliamo ringraziarti veramente per questi 50 anni, allora ti aspettiamo tutto il tempo che tu vuoi arrivare qui, staremo qui. Fratelli d'Italia, siamo qui. Ci vediamo.
The interpreter notes that the interpreter does not speak Italian. Madam Chair, time is up, but I do wish to echo the remarks of everyone who has spoken before me. I have had the honor and privilege of being Peru's ambassador to Italy, and I certainly share all of the warm expressions that have been put forward here with regard to the importance and role of the Italian Republic over these 50 years. And on that note, I will close. Thank you.
Honduras, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. when you're new to a place, you try not to speak up much. At least I try not to, because I don't want to run up against any of my hopefully newfound friends. But today, I cannot follow my own practice. I must speak up because there is much that links me and my people to Italy. The community in Italy arrived in Honduras early on, following the so-called discovery of the Americas, or the encounter of two worlds, as it's also known. But in the 17th century through the 20th century, a number of Italians came and lived in Honduras. We've inherited the art, the architecture, of course, their restaurants, and a number of Italian customs. I've visited Rome, of course, and have always been very grateful to the warm reception that we Hondurans received there. I don't want to take any more time, but I'd also like to note that, just like my friend Harold, I've always been surrounded by Italians. Our home in New York is in a neighborhood surrounded and created by and surrounded by Italians. And of course, I have the best pizza shops in the world right next door. But it also has to do with the inspirations, the poets, the writers, Dante Alighieri, Italo Calvino, and many, many others. So please, Ambassador De Santi, please send my greetings to everyone. And, you know, my editors are based in Naples, and they are lovers of three things: football, words, and pizzas. And I will, of course, send my warm regards to my editors, my translators, everyone at the University of Naples, and I also send greetings to all of Italy.
A representative of the Holy See.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. The Holy See would like to join the other delegations in recognizing the 50th anniversary of the commemoration of Italy's role as a permanent observer to the OAS, and congratulate Ambassador Simone De Santi and his entire diplomatic mission. Italy has been one of the pioneers in obtaining observer status in this organization, and subsequently encouraged many others, including the Holy See, to join in 1978. It is an honor and a privilege for me and for my delegation to see the tremendous effort that Italy has helped to forge and to wage here in the Americas, with a view toward a more just hemisphere, which is something to which we all aspire. The occasion that we celebrate today represents 5 decades of hard work, hand in hand with the OAS, always putting at the forefront the shared and common ground of the peoples of this hemisphere. My delegation wishes the observer mission of Italy the very best for the coming years. Tanto auguri. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Floor to the representative of France.
Thank you. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vais brièvement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak briefly to thank Italy, and particularly my neighbor and friend, Ambassador De Santi. We work very closely here, and as you can see, seated next to each other here, We have worked very closely, of course, with his predecessor, Marilyn, and as some of you may remember, we also worked very closely in conjunction with the European cooperation. We are founding members, of course, of the EU and the OAS in terms of the work with the hemisphere. We continue to move forward and support the organization as observers. Of course, we do not have a passive role to play. We don't sit back simply and watch, but we are convinced that we also have a more active role to play. And as we can, by this I refer, of course, to my colleague in Spain and Italy as well, the four countries that are represented here. Well, three of them, Italy, Spain, and France, will celebrate their 50th anniversary, and I hope to be able to attend all of these celebrations. So thank you, Italy. Thank you, Ambassador, for being such a solid, reliable neighbor as well, and particularly for having this very strong collaboration with us in Europe and here at the OAS.
Sorry, Spain.
Sí. España, por favor, si puede.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to join in the congratulations to Italy on the commemoration of their 50th anniversary as a permanent observer to the OAS. Those who have spoken before me have mentioned many of the valuable and numerous contributions of Italy to the organization, and I will not therefore repeat them. But there is something that we share with Italy that I believe is of the essence, and that is the shared values and principles that we at the Organization of American States have with Italy and the other observer countries. Ambassador De Santi, a dear and respected colleague, I can only wish you the best. Tanto auguri. We will see you soon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Secretary General.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
5 decades ago, the government of Italy requested to join the organization, and a few months later, the General Assembly in 1971 created the category of the permanent observer of the OAS. Mr. Ambassador, my dear Simone, the ties between your country and Latin America and the Caribbean are natural and long-standing. They date back to the era of Christopher Columbus, Amerigo Vespuccio, and of course involve our shared history, culture, politics, and our economic ties bring together the hundreds and thousands of Italian immigrants, the millions who arrived in the Americas. They have again brought together these cultures, enriched our region. As part of this long-standing tradition, Italy has appointed a mission exclusively to the OAS with a permanent ambassador and a clear signal of Italy's support for the inter-American agenda. Let me highlight the commitment of Italy to multilateralism, to grappling effectively with global challenges such as peace, the situation in Ukraine, democracy, human rights, migrants, refugees, and the way that we have in general grappled with the COVID-19 crisis. Let me also highlight how important Italy has been in our annual conferences and all of our activities. Latin America, the Caribbean today is defining once again a roadmap for its future, and Italy is certainly a key player in our discussions. With its permanent mission, Italy has helped to strengthen our programs and projects. Year by year, Italy has bolstered and strengthened its financial support for our projects. In fact, in the last 6 years, Italy has supported programs at the Secretariat in support of democracy, providing technical cooperation, assistance for observer missions, institutional strengthening, and to the program for judicial facilitators. Italy has also contributed to multi-dimensional security in such areas as demining and citizen security, alternatives to incarceration, and the implementation of the Inter-American Law Enforcement Development and Professionalization Network. It is thanks to this spirit that we greet Italy on this special anniversary, and Ambassador Simone, we certainly are sure to see that our professional lives continue to cross paths. Thank you.
Question the floor? You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I do not want to take much more time. I would just like to express our gratitude from the bottom of my heart, as we say, for the kind words from all of the member states of the Secretary General. We will continue to redouble our efforts as observers. Thank you all.
Thank the delegations for their comments, and I reiterate our appreciation to Italy for the continued support of the work of the OAS. Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, we shall now revert to item 6 as we proceed to the approval of the draft resolution, place and time of the 22nd regular meeting of the Consultative Committee on the Inter-American Convention against the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other related materials, SIFTA, contained in document CP/Doc 5778/22, as presented by the Permanent Mission of Mexico in its capacity as Secretariat Pro Tempore of the Consultative Committee of SIFTA. If there are no objections, it is approved. Approved. Distinguished representatives, we will now proceed to the last item, which is other business. Uruguay?
Sí, tengo claro que voy a ser odiado por 2 minutos.
I know that people will hate me for another 2 minutes. I'm very clear on that, but I would like to highlight the importance of allowing us to form the group of Friends of Freedom of Expression. I would like to thank those who initially signed on: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, the United States, Peru, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and of course Uruguay. And note that we are deeply committed to this task. We will be kicking off next week with our agenda and begin to work. We certainly expect all those who are interested in joining us in seeking to engage in dialogue, political cooperation, and exchange of best practices in defense of journalism will be welcome. That's it. I don't want to stand between you and lunch.
Kind of went ahead of me. So we are still under other business for delegations who may request the floor. If you have any informative issues that you would like to bring to the attention of the Council, you may join Uruguay. I see we have no request for the floor. Okay, before adjourning this meeting, I kindly ask that we proceed to the Miranda Room to witness the signing of the agreement between the Secretary General and the Government of Peru to host the 52nd regular session of the OAS General Assembly. I thank you. There being no further business to consider, this meeting is adjourned. Adjourned.